Chapter 4167. Outside Purple Cloud City. Because nothing unexpected had happened, the 4 members of the small team had returned here without any danger. Just as Mo1 was about to let everyone in and get ready to rest in the city for a period of time, he heard Long Yang's farewell. No matter what, even if Long Yang was at the later stage of the Wind God crossing and had a tacit understanding with them, he still wouldn't stay when it was time to leave. This was because he was very clear that some of these things couldn't be completely ignored just because you didn't say it. After all, the hardest thing to understand in this world was the human heart. Many a time, even if you were unwilling to do something in the sect, your rationality would still tell you that it had to be done. How many times had Long Yang mocked himself in his heart when he was alone? In the past, he had a younger sister and adoptive parents, but the days of separation had never changed. After all, a true holy king and holy mother of the demonic immortal clan, as well as the current saintess, there were too many things they needed to do. As for Long Yang's identity, no matter how much they didn't care about it, it was impossible to change the days where they spent less time together than apart. It was the same this time. After much difficulty, he had become friends with these few fellows, but because of some accident or rationality, Long Yang had no choice but to leave. He was very clear that he could stay, but if he really did that, this so-called friendship would slowly fade away. He treasured this friendship very much, so no matter what, he wouldn't stay. Mo1, Mo Qingqing, and the others could be considered to have understood the outcome. Hence, even though they were a little reluctant, they still appeared to be rather open-minded. No matter what, this stinky yellow dog's decision couldn't be changed. Since that was the case, they might as well let nature take its course. Whether it was Mo1 or Mo Qingqing, at this moment, they actually believed in their hearts that they would still have the opportunity to meet Long Yang again. Although things might remain the same, but people might not be the same, this good karma, this friendship, would definitely be maintained with Long Yang's departure. Take care. Mo1 looked at his friend very seriously, and finally forced out these words. I'm still waiting for my strength to increase exponentially, so that I can properly beat you up into a pig's head. Before you get beaten up by me, you brat, don't prepare to be beaten up by others. All right, the trace of sadness that Long Yang had just brewed disappeared in an instant. He didn't know whether to laugh or cry, but at the same time, he felt a little gratified. Yes, this so-called friendship could only last after he left. Since everyone was very clear about this, there was no point in continuing to be entangled with each other. He might as well enjoy himself. Don't worry, the next time we meet, you will still go crazy. When that time comes, don't cry. Long Yang smiled, cupped his hands towards the 3 of them, and prepared to leave. Wait. Suddenly, just as Long Yang turned around and was about to leave, a familiar voice came from behind. The few of them were stunned. Immediately after, Mo1's expression became somewhat anxious. Dad. You won't. At the same time, Long Yang also felt a little serious at this moment. From their point of view, this was all to maintain their friendship in the future, which was why they had come this far. But whether or not the Violet Cloud Python race would be as magnanimous, that was hard to say. In the Wind God crossing, he, Long Yang, had already fully demonstrated his usefulness and talent. Although such a person couldn't be considered an ultimate weapon, his usefulness was extremely huge. No matter where he went, his ability to find treasures would definitely cause some disturbances. Since that was the case, in the eyes of the Purple Cloud Python clan, he, Long Yang, was a very powerful treasure. How could they possibly let him go so easily? This was also the main reason why Long Yang had suggested leaving before entering the city. After all, if they really reached the Purple Cloud City, it was really hard to say whether they could leave or not. Didn't they see that even the Purple Cloud Python clan's clan leader was here? If he really wanted to keep Long Yang here, even if Long Yang's strength had improved by leaps and bounds, he would still be captured without putting up a fight. After that, he would no longer be a so-called guest elder. Not controlling his own personal freedom was already considered a mercy. This matter is my decision. It has nothing to do with him. Also, Mo1 hurriedly said. Even he felt that his father was here to make him stay. Shut up. Mo1 glared at his son. Mo1 felt that his son was really stupid. He was anxious to take responsibility for everything. Have a chat? Don't worry, I won't restrict your freedom. If you want to leave as the clan leader, shouldn't I send you off? Mo1's words made Long Yang, who was on guard against a formidable enemy, relax. As long as Mo Soon didn't try to forcefully take him away, everything could be discussed. After all, he really admired a family head like Mo Soon. Not only was he wise, but he also gave off a very strong sense of closeness. To be honest, even I didn't expect your talent to be so terrifying. Even if you didn't receive the inheritance, you could do this. You became an Earth immortal in an instant. With such talent, even I can't help but be envious. In a place where there was no one else, Mo Soon was not stingy with his praise. Indeed, it was impossible for him to say that he hadn't heard anything about the demonic immortal island. Since he had heard of it, he naturally wasn't unfamiliar with the name Long Yang. Since he was in his teens, he didn't have any so-called talent for cultivation. In addition, his bloodline was too laughable. He had been living in extreme oppression almost every day. He thought that after the suppression was gone, this kid's cultivation would most likely soar. However, this was only under normal circumstances. In less than a month, he had advanced from the intermediate human immortal stage to the Earth immortal stage. This was not normal. Being called monstrous wasn't enough to describe his godly speed. Now that he understood this, Mo Soon no longer had any reason to restrict or obstruct Long Yang. After all, regardless of his identity or talent, he would be acknowledged sooner or later. Even if Mo Soon had the confidence to kill such a person while he was still in the cradle, he would definitely not do so. After all, the trouble that would be brought about would be too great. In Mo Soon's heart, it was best to form a good karma, or to make up for the impact caused by the previous incident. Fortunately, Long Yang didn't have a very bad impression of him, so this kind of thing could be carried out. Chapter 4168. 3 People, 3 Pieces of Inheritance. For a small team to be able to have such gains, you have contributed a lot. To be honest, even someone like Mo Soon could not bear to part with Long Yang. This was definitely a mascot-like existence. Although the ability to find treasures was only a so-so, if a true super expert really wanted to comprehend it, it would not be difficult for them to do so. However, this guy's luck was almost invincible. Under such circumstances, who would not hope that they could also have good luck? Combined with his various situations before, first, his life was threatened. Then he was searching for treasures and even fighting. At that time, this guy's luck was extremely bad. The chosen one. Those who were slightly more superstitious would probably think of these 4 words at the first moment. However, this guy was a complete B***starred. After obtaining certain benefits, not many people even paid attention to him. If such an existence were to join one's own camp, it would be impossible not to like it. Somewhat helplessly, the result was not satisfactory. After all, such a reality had long been predestined. It had been predestined from the moment they had captured this guy. How could he, Mo Soon, not know about that matter? Even Mo knew very clearly what the outcome was. It would be strange if he, the father, did not know what was going on. However, just like his son, at that time, how could he have known that Long Yang was such a heaven-defying existence? As a result, after knowing some of this guy's abilities and character, he had already started to make preparations to remedy the situation. We're just taking what we need. Long Yang curled his lips. Even though this guy acted like he didn't care about it on the surface, in fact, he was more or less uncomfortable in his heart. In front of his friends, he naturally would not show such emotions. However, in front of this senior, or rather the person who had planned all this, it would be strange if Long Yang could completely hide it. He had never been a person who would consider others and make sacrifices for himself. Most of the time, he was a very self-centered guy. Under such circumstances, he rarely cared about the feelings of others. Of course, if he could help others, he would always be the first to do so. As expected, Mo Soon was a little speechless. This guy was really not someone who made friends. He didn't know what was wrong with his son to actually become friends with him. If there was no such thing as a friend, he would be able to keep him, wouldn't he? At that time, he believed that Long Yang would not object. After all, sometimes there was a knot in one's heart. This was against friends. But if there was no friendship, then everything would be based on interests. I have something here. Treat it as your reward for this operation. As for whether you go or not, that is your own business. However, let me say this first. Mo may also go there. After saying this, Mo Soon directly threw the item to Long Yang. He was actually here to deliver this thing. How could he not know that if this group of people really fought side by side all the time, this knot would not disappear at all? No one knew what would happen to his friends in the end. However, friends could not see each other every day, especially with such a relationship. The best way to keep in touch with Long Yang was to arrange a place for him to go. Perhaps he would feel more at ease if he wasn't part of the Purple Cloud Python clan. Only without a subordinate relationship could they truly be friends. As for this old guy's own plans, he naturally would not tell Long Yang. However, if he really wanted to, it was very simple. Wasn't it just to not cut off contact with him and to always maintain a friendly relationship in the future? Obviously, this was the most beneficial thing for him, or rather, for the Purple Cloud Python clan. After all, in Mo Sun's opinion, a guy like Long Yang was destined to soar to the sky. He had methods, he was scheming, and his bloodline and cultivation talent were definitely not bad. In addition to his shameless personality, he was destined to be a big shot with strong potential competition. It was definitely a good thing to invest in such a person in the early stages. Even if he failed and died in the end, he would not lose too much. What is this? Long Yang opened his palm and looked at the thing that Mo Sun gave him. He fell into confusion. Immortal Spiritual Pearl. The Trial Qualification Pearl of Cloud Fog Island, one of the 10 great sects of the Endless Sea region. With this, you can go to Cloud Fog Island to participate in the recruitment trial. With your current age and strength, it won't be difficult for you to enter Cloud Fog Island to cultivate. The 10 great sects of the Endless Sea region? Long Yang was stunned. He really did not expect to go to such a place. In the Endless Sea region, the 10 great sects were second only to the demonic Immortal Island. They had extremely rich cultivation resources and recruited elites from various clans. If one could really make a contribution to the sect, not only would one be able to learn a large number of divine powers from the 10 great sects for free, but they would also be able to enjoy the benefits of the sect as a disciple. Even if one returned to the clan, the status of a disciple of the 10 great sects would still be there. The status of a disciple was comparable to the status of a true high-ranking member of the demonic Snake Island. Ordinary members of the demonic Beast clan would be proud to join the 10 great sects. Of course, if one had connections and could enter the demonic Immortal Island, which was the center of the Endless Sea region, the 10 great sects would be nothing. As for Cloud Fog Island, Long Yang had heard of it before. Although it was at the bottom of the 10 great sects, in essence, it was still immeasurably large. If he could obtain this status, it could be said that even if he returned to the demonic Immortal Island in the future, the extreme ridicule and disdain from before would disappear. Because of this status, he would still be somewhat respected in the demonic Immortal Island, unless he was a noble of the demonic Immortal Island and did not have to care about the influence of the 10 great sects. This thing is too precious. Why did you think of giving it to me? Long Yang was a little speechless. The first thing that came to his mind was Mo Sun's intention. However, as soon as he asked this question, he didn't say anything else. I really want it. This is a good karma, or rather, an investment from Mo Sun. A immortal spiritual pearl was enough to offset the so-called humiliation he had suffered when he was kidnapped. At least in Long Yang's opinion, he had profited greatly. Chapter 4169. The boundless sea of clouds was blue and boundless. Next to the skyline ahead, an island gradually appeared in front of Long Yang. Is this the Cloud and Mist Island? Looking at the place shrouded in multicolored light, Long Yang was somewhat looking forward to it. He had seen the demonic Immortal Island, which was even more prosperous and rich in immortal chi, and he had lived there. However, in the face of such a glowing island, the faint excitement in one's heart was not little. It was very simple. This was his own experience. No matter where he went, no matter what he would encounter, it would be a precious memory. When the huge island began to appear, it gradually turned into a boundless continent. The floating mountains and rivers could be seen, and the island was surrounded by clouds and mist. Long Yang was stunned for a moment. Most of the people on the flying boat were young people who were going to Cloud Island to be apprenticed to a master. Among them, there were very few who had a good background. Most of them were the children of the low-level demonic Immortal clan. They rarely left the island that belonged to their clan and rarely saw the outside world. Once they saw such a place that was like a paradise on earth, they couldn't suppress their excitement. Although the Cloud Mist Island was just an island, its entire surface area was already considered a huge continent. Here, there were mountains and plains, as well as towering stone buildings that reached into the clouds. The sky was full of colorful clouds and the ground was shrouded in mist all year round. Even though there was no fog on the ground, when they finally stepped on this piece of land, the strong sense of comfort still made them enjoy it so much that they forgot to go home. Is this the Cloud Island? If the 9th-ranked sect of the 10 great sects is able to occupy such a treasured land, then the top few sects, or even places like the demonic Immortal Island, must be extremely beautiful and rich in spiritual energy. Many immortals began to mutter to themselves as soon as they set foot on the land. It wasn't that they hadn't seen the world, but this place was really too beautiful. The demonic Immortal Island only has rich spiritual power. The most central place occupies an immortal dragon vein. If we really compare beauty, it's really not as good as Cloud Island. Long Yong rolled his eyes. In fact, he was also somewhat shocked. After all, this beautiful place was even more stunning than the demonic Immortal Island. If he hadn't sensed that the immortal chi here was thinner than the demonic Immortal Island, he would have wondered why the demonic Immortal Island was ruled by the Endless Sea Realm. AI. What kind of expression is that? Are you looking down on Misty Island? Looking down on you, yet you still came? In this world, there had never been a lack of bootlickers, just like now. Long Yong didn't show any expression of shock, but the people behind him couldn't stand it anymore. Such a beautiful cloud mist island, it needs to be praised, shocked, and licked, okay? It would have been fine if Long Yong was far away from him, but he was so close, yet he wasn't shocked at all. This made him, a young elite who was not stingy with his praises, lose face. All of a sudden, he placed his palm on Long Yang's shoulder. His strength was enough to split a mountain. He was obviously looking for trouble. Long Yong turned around. He really didn't want to be the main character. This guy didn't even show a shocked expression, yet he could still find trouble with him. It was very annoying, okay? Without even looking at him, he said, I don't have any expression. But you. Why do you have such a big reaction? Could it be that on Misty Island, a compliment can make you an official disciple? These words were rather vicious. In an instant, everyone's gaze shifted to him. Seems like I've stirred up trouble again. Long Yong laughed bitterly in his heart. It seemed like he really had to watch his foul mouth in the future. Well, anyway, that guy Mo1 would definitely come in the future. At that time, his mouth wouldn't be so prominent. That guy's talkative manner and vicious mouth were much more powerful than his own. Big Mo1 really didn't expect that he would be schemed against by Long Yong, even before he came to this Misty Island. If he had known about this in advance, he reckoned that no matter how outstanding this Misty Island was, he wouldn't have come. With such a friend who was like a sworn enemy, he would have suffered terribly in the future. It was imaginable how dark it would be. Where the F***CK did you come from? How dare you spout such nonsense on the sacred Misty Island? Do you believe that I will chase you out on behalf of Misty Island now? This guy who had lost face wasn't completely brainless. He immediately caught on to Long Yang's words and started to consider himself as a member of Misty Island. Under such circumstances, even if there was a certain conflict between the two parties, if it was seen by the real Misty Island disciples or stewards, it would be very normal for them to be biased towards him. After all, these days, there were people who flattered others to have a bright future. Moreover, by doing so, he was also protecting himself, pulling most of the people around him to his side. It had to be said that this guy was really not as simple as he looked on the surface. But even so, Long Yong didn't raise his eyelids too high. In his eyes, such a childish thing had already stopped playing when he was still in diapers. Although everyone wanted to save face, even in a place like Cloud Mist Island, if one behaved so childishly, even if some people would help him in the early stages, when things developed to a certain extent, such behavior would definitely remind people of his childishly behavior, causing countless people to think that he was childish. Could such a person really be able to take on such a great responsibility? This Misty Island didn't lack many things, but it didn't lack geniuses and smart people. Little tricks would never amount to much. Long Yong knew this better than anyone else. Representing Misty Island? Your courage is really commendable. A person who I can send flying with one slap dares to represent Misty Island. He stood in front of him without fear. Long Yong actually didn't want to be dazzling, but it was never in his character to keep a low profile. These days, if someone came looking for trouble, he would never be afraid of anything. Since this person had stretched out his face to slap him, then he would never choose to be polite. Just at the moment when the other party didn't have time to react. Long Yang's slap, which contained a bit of immortal chi and golden strength chi, came down. The other party's face began to distort, and his whole body directly burst out like a meteor. This guy was like an arrow that had been thrown out of a bow and used as a weapon. In an instant, he flew backward and smashed hard on the stone at the edge of the island. A big hole was formed in the boulder. Chapter 4170. Good steel. Awesome. Arrogant. 2F** King Arrogant. Many people around began to point fingers at this moment. They never thought that there could be such a person in this world. They had just arrived at Cloud Mist Island, okay? Here, if you don't just curl up and slap him, who else would it be? Who could accept it in the first place? To be honest, at this point, many people who wanted to vent their anger or were unhappy with Long Yang had begun to hide their heads like turtles. What a joke. Making trouble at this time, no matter which side you stand on, is a bird that sticks out. Once you are really targeted by the masters of Cloud Mist Island, whether you can enter Cloud Mist Island to cultivate or not, I'm afraid that your future will not be good. Who would be willing to joke about their own future in such a situation? But Long Yang dared to do so, and he even took action. After a burst of ridicule, there was a short period of extreme silence. Everyone looked at Long Yang. In the eyes of many people, this immortal was not tall or stalwart. His face was slightly handsome, but after that slap, his handsomeness had turned into ferociousness in the eyes of countless people. This is really a bold person. Many people at this moment held the mentality of watching a good show, waiting to see how the masters of Cloud Mist Island would deal with this bird that sticks out. Do you want to die? This is Cloud Mist Island, a little carelessness, and you won't even know how you die. If something really happens next, you must be the first to admit your mistake. Beside him, a handsome young man whispered to Long Yang. Maybe because both of them are relatively good-looking, that guy should have a good impression of Long Yang. Such a kind reminder is actually a big risk. Long Yang smiled and didn't say anything at this time. He nodded at the other party and didn't say anything. He looked at those who reprimanded him before with a smile that was not a smile. Before coming to Cloud Mist Island, no one has ever taught me how to be a person. You colleagues, do you want to be my teacher? His tone was filled with lust, but in the ears of these people, it sounded like the voice of the devil. He shook his head subconsciously. What kind of joke was this? Coming out to teach this person a lesson at this time? Not to mention whether he really had the strength to do so, even if he really won, he would be the first bird to stick out, and the first bird to stick out miserably, okay? So cowardly? Long Yang's eyes widened. He didn't expect that no one would dare to face him head-on. Could it be that these fellows had eaten a turtle pill? He had already provoked them like this, yet not only did they not appear, but they even attacked together. That didn't require any technique at all. He finally understood. If it was true, then this was how a member of the multitude of living beings behaved. So what if you couldn't stand it? They couldn't change the way they thought in their hearts. There would never be someone who would dare to appear in front of them and not think about messy things. It's just a yellow dog, but it can actually control the situation here. In the past, I always felt that Cloud Mist Island was an absolutely powerful place that was enough to make people yearn for it. I didn't expect that even this kind of dog could sneak in. The appearance of a voice surprised those who didn't dare to move. Damn it, there really was a guy who dared to face him head-on? Once people didn't have the courage, they would subconsciously think that others wouldn't have the same courage. If someone really appeared, the bursts of envy, jealousy, and hatred in their hearts would be simply unbearable. Human nature was the most difficult thing to understand in this world. In fact, it was the same for the demon clan who had transformed into human form. They all made way for a man in a dark green robe. At this moment, he was walking step by step with a face full of anger. Why do I feel like I've seen him somewhere before? Looking at the man's appearance, Long Yang felt very familiar. Looking around, he realized that several familiar faces were starting to come in his direction. There were his opponents in Demonic Immortal Island, the geniuses who used to bully him. There were also the so-called geniuses that he had seen on Demonic Snake Island. Although he didn't know the person walking in front, he had a sense of familiarity that he had never felt before. He was definitely related to him. Someone from the Qing clan? Subconsciously, he started to guess. He finally understood that this guy was somewhat similar to Qing Maoan, who he had killed previously. Of course, under such circumstances, Other than the people from the Qing clan, he really couldn't find a good explanation. Don't think that Qing Maoan was just a clone of Mo1. They didn't look similar at all. The people from the Qing clan looked similar, and the people from the Mo clan also looked similar. Regardless of whether it was his aura or other aspects, this person seemed to have a certain relationship with the people from the Qing clan. Although this person was much stronger than the people from the Qing clan that he had met previously, he was still much stronger than them. Qing Su. That person gave a simple answer with one sentence. Of course, at this moment, they were obviously on the opposing side. Don't think that the Green Snake clan was controlled by the Purple Cloud Python clan. However, there were countless people who wanted to get rid of the control and not be bound. In addition, they had started to have their own pride. The matters of the Green Snake clan had always been different from the matters of the Purple Cloud Python clan. From the looks of it now, this place was gradually starting to gather. For Long Yang, this had become a chance to prove himself. No matter what the final result was, it seemed that this so-called battle in front of him had to continue. The corner of his mouth curled into a smile. For Long Yang, fighting was something that he had never been afraid of, even if his ability was not considered very strong. However, overall, his intrinsic quality was much stronger than before. In such a situation, how could he admit defeat in the true sense? Big brother. That time, it was really an unintentional mistake on my part. Please have mercy and let me off. In the next second, this guy said directly, I have really been beaten by your Green Snake clan. I promise that I will definitely not provoke your Green Snake clan in the future. Is that okay? Didn't he say that he wouldn't admit defeat? Why did he admit defeat in the blink of an eye? Even Qing Su, who had just been full of words, was speechless. How am I supposed to continue my speech after this? Should I continue to reprimand him? Or should I just ignore him? Chapter 4171. The people around him were also confused. Wasn't he fighting back just now? He looked like he was going to fight to the death with everyone. Why did he admit defeat in the blink of an eye? What's wrong with this guy? Is he schizophrenic or something? Only Qing Su knew that Long Yang was clearly trying to embarrass him by saying this, putting him in a difficult position. In this situation, should he make a move or not? If he didn't make a move, he would lose all face in the future. But if he made a move, regardless of whether he succeeded or failed, he would be known as a bully. It was a sad story. Some people who knew Long Yang were also rolling their eyes at this moment. It didn't matter if Yellow Dog's strength had improved, if it had the potential to fight, or what kind of bloodline it would evolve into. He had completely forgotten the word difficult to deal with. Those who knew his character had a headache. Back in the demonic immortal island, the sage monarch's family rarely stayed with him, but he was still able to live well. That in itself was a kind of ability, wasn't it? Back then, there were countless people who were jealous of him, disliked him, and even thought that he was a piece of trash. But in a real sense, there were very few times when this guy was at a disadvantage. If he didn't have that ability, he probably wouldn't have lived until today. What are you? Qing Su, who was speechless and depressed, was in a very bad mood. Before he could finish his sentence, he felt a gust of wind blow in front of him. Good heavens, just when I was hesitating and even about to give up on attacking, this fellow actually made the first move. F***CK. Shameless. How can there be such a shameless guy in this world? Almost everyone didn't expect that Long Yang would choose to use his fist to serve him at a time like this. Even though the force behind this punch wasn't that great, if it were to land on the other party's face, Qing Su would definitely have no face left to continue living on Cloud Mist Island in the future. What was wrong with this guy's brain? How could he do such a shameless thing at a time like this? That's the Yellow Dog. Those who knew Long Yang weren't surprised at all. They might not know when and how this fellow would deal with the person in front of them, but there was no doubt that he would make a move. She wasn't a slut who would let herself suffer a little. In a slut's heart, there was no face that she could protect. F***CKU. Fortunately, Green Void was not a weakling. He instinctively tried to dodge, but in the end, he still managed to avoid the fist that was about to land on his face. Although, this punch did not miss and hit his shoulder. He was in great pain, but at this moment, Green Void was even more furious. Within the immortal world, there were indeed quite a number of people who did not follow the rules. But most of the time the moment someone bumped into them, they would be ganged up on. However, There was really nothing much to say about what this guy did. Who asked him to take the initiative to provoke him. Therefore, even though countless people were unhappy with Long Yang and felt that he was too despicable, no one dared to make a move. Just as Long Yang thought, as long as others didn't provoke him, he would rarely take the initiative to provoke others. This time, it was precisely because of the grudge between him and the Green Snake clan that he went to provoke him. I really can't do that. If you want to, you should go to a brothel. Maybe you can really find a man. Long Yang, who was firmly against it, began to shout loudly. In the next second, the dumbfounded crowd seemed to have heard something. They didn't dare to look directly at Green Void. Could this guy be gay? Mommy, this Cloud Mist Island is too scary. Can I go back? Long Yang didn't stop talking, but his hands weren't idle either. Each of his punches contained his own strength. As a whole, the other party could only block in panic. What a joke. Although he and the Green Snake clan didn't have a death grudge, the hatred between them was definitely not something that could be easily resolved. They didn't give up on killing him. As long as there was even the slightest threat to Long Yang, he wouldn't hesitate to get rid of them. The Green Void in front of him might not be someone he could kill now, but at least he could beat him up so that he wouldn't easily provoke him in the future. This was also a very good choice. Even if he wasn't strong enough to defeat him, even if he just had to use his mouth, he would make sure that Green Void wouldn't easily provoke him in the future. He spat out a mouthful of blood and almost fainted. He finally understood. This wasn't just an enemy of his clan. He was also an extremely reckless guy. He even dared to say such words in front of so many people. What else could he be afraid of? If I don't kill you today, my surname isn't Green. He swore in his heart. The speed at which he blocked also began to gradually increase. The immortal chi on his body exploded, and the surrounding green mist also began to appear at this moment. He was serious. At such a time, he knew very well that if he didn't fight with all his might, the final result would be that he would embarrass himself to the extreme. In an instant, the green mist permeated the surroundings, and the foul wind began to envelop them. At this moment, Long Yang began to retreat subconsciously. He didn't know why. At this moment, he felt a sense of danger. What the hell was this green mist? How could it have such an ability the moment it appeared? Long Yang was very puzzled. However, in the next second he understood. This guy was from the Snake Demon clan. Moreover, he was from the Green Snake clan, which was very poisonous. This clan's greatest talent and ability was the use of poison. Previously, when he was fighting Green Void, he didn't feel it. Essentially, it was because Green Void was Mo Wen's doppelganger, so his ability to use poison was not very strong. However, the green snake in front of him was completely different. He could use poison, and his method of using poison was certainly not bad. At this moment, the green air current that exploded out was either poison or something else. What is this? Really? Big brother, I'm really not gay. Even if you use aphrodisiac, it's useless against me. After throwing out a punch, Long Yang didn't forget to disgust his opponent at this moment. Subconsciously, everyone began to shift their gazes to Long Yang. Unknowingly, there was an additional hint of disdain in their eyes. Chapter 4172. Boom! The divine light at the periphery came into contact with the mist. In the next moment, Long Yang felt a sharp pain in his hand. The energy wrapped around his fist began to corrode bit by bit at an extremely fast speed. At that moment, Long Yang even had a very uncomfortable feeling. He didn't know if it was a psychological effect, or if it was all true. This poison is so overbearing. He subconsciously made this judgment. However, he didn't lose the will to resist in the next second. His whole body shone with a strong golden light, accompanied by immortal chi, and in the next second, it condensed into the shape of a child's palm. With a thought, the broken sword in his storage ring appeared in the child's palm. His whole body retreated backward, and Long Yang began to make a series of hand seals. Then, the small hand held the broken sword and waved it fiercely into the poisonous mist. In the next second, a faint breeze began to appear around them. It didn't seem to be enough to blow away the poisonous mist, but the light emitted by the long sword was very fierce. I refuse to believe that a mere poison mist control will be able to render me helpless. Long Yang kept thinking of ways to deal with it. For him this time it was also a test. He had never come into contact with a poison expert. This Qing Su might not be considered an expert in front of a real genius. But using him as a practice target was undoubtedly the best. This kind of fighting might not be considered open and aboveboard in the eyes of others. It was a move to take advantage of loopholes. But what kind of battle was this? Both sides disliked each other and fought directly. Was there a need to be open and aboveboard? Did the word open and aboveboard exist in Long Yang's dictionary? Qing Su, who was extremely aggrieved, subconsciously wanted to retract his poisonous fog and have a good fight with Long Yang. However, after feeling the terrifying attack power of that guy's immortal weapon, he turned pale with fright and almost fell from the sky. Damn, this guy actually has a second-grade immortal weapon, and he can control it from afar. It was simply unimaginable that this guy, who was regarded as a nobody by the entire Green Snake clan, could display such strength and combat power in just a month. The so-called chosen from the demonic immortal island, who knew Long Yang, were also astonished. They were all people who knew Long Yang's background. Before the age of 18, this guy had never shown any talent in cultivation. Even though his cultivation had already reached the intermediate human immortal stage, it was still normal for an early human immortal stage cultivator to defeat him in a head-on battle. The only thing he could be proud of was his temperament and shameless face. Usually, he would use his so-called temperament to defeat his opponent. In other words, that mouth and some other disgusting things. Since when could a true earthly immortal expert fight in such a state? After all, based on the current situation, he was still suppressing an earthly immortal realm expert in the truest sense. It's only been a month. How did this guy become so strong? Could it be that the demonic immortal island has a natural suppressive effect on him, causing him to stagnate? He soared to the sky after leaving the demonic immortal island? Many people actually had such a thought in their minds now. Although they were very unfriendly to Long Yang before and even bullied him, this was based on the premise that this guy didn't have much strength. If he really had the strength, coupled with his identity as the adopted son of the Holy King, it would not be impossible for him to do whatever he wanted in the demonic immortal island. Now that they thought about it, many so-called chosen ones who knew him before were really envious and jealous of him, especially under the premise that Long Yang's strength had improved greatly. After all, as the adopted son of the Holy King on the demonic immortal island, many chosen ones were secretly jealous of this guy. What did a guy with a yellow dog body have to deserve this? Wasn't it just that he was born on the same day as the Saintess? It was precisely because of this reason that he became the adopted son of the Holy King. Who would be able to accept this? It should be known that the Saint Ruler was the true master of the Endless Sea region. Although there were still some ancestors secretly controlling the situation, the Saint Ruler was still a Saint Ruler. However, the power of the Holy King, the respect that the Holy King received in the Endless Sea, and becoming the adopted son of the Holy King was the dream of many peerless chosen ones. However, it had fallen into the hands of a yellow dog. How could they not be jealous? With such strength in his secret identity, I can imagine that once he returns to the demonic immortal island, it will no longer be peaceful. We must not reveal his identity. Many chosen ones of the demonic immortal island began to silently say at this time. After all, they came from the demonic immortal island. Because of the location, they were superior to others. As long as their cultivation was up to standard, they could enter the Cloud Mist Island to cultivate and become a disciple of the Cloud Mist Island. In this regard, it was indeed unfair, but was there really such a thing as fairness in this world? What kind of place was the demonic immortal island? It was the true center of the entire Endless Sea. How could it be called a chosen one? How many were willing to leave the demonic immortal island? The group of people who came to the Cloud Mist Island now had no hope in the demonic immortal island, so they were ready to go elsewhere. Even so, the talent and accumulation of these fellows were much stronger than ordinary demon clan disciples. They did not want to see a person like Long Yang soar to the sky, and they did not want to see the guy they looked down upon in the past become a distinguished guest of the Cloud Mist Island, even if Long Yang had brought such a shock to them today. Stop. The Cloud Mist Island forbids outsiders from fighting. Didn't you find out before coming? Suddenly, a thunderous voice sounded in Long Yang's ears. He subconsciously gathered his immortal force to resist. Even so, his chest felt as if it had been hammered by a sledgehammer. It was extremely uncomfortable and he almost fainted. On the other side, his mood was not much better. His whole face turned pale, and the strong green mist that he had just condensed completely dissipated at this moment. He subconsciously wanted to speak, but when the words came to his mouth, they seemed to be blocked by something. Chapter 4173. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. We haven't even ascended the mountain and you're already fighting. If you really become disciples of Cloud Mist Island in the future, won't you all turn the sky upside down? The middle-aged man scolded. He looked like he was heartbroken, but Long Yong felt that things were not so simple. He didn't look like an otherworldly expert at all. Could it be that this guy wasn't a powerful existence of Cloud Mist Island at all, and was just here to make his presence known? Well, Long Yong had always been thinking about things, so it was not unusual for him to think of this at a time like this. Most of them had never been to Cloud Mist Island before, so they lowered their heads at the sight of it. If they were to be honest, they were all geniuses of the Demon Immortal clan. However, geniuses were also divided into different levels. The capital that he was proud of outside was nothing in Cloud and Mist Island, okay? The immortals who entered Cloud Mist Island to cultivate and become its disciples were not geniuses or experts with extraordinary talent. Here, the so-called geniuses were not valuable. Senior. Xueqi raised his head and really wanted to say that the person in front of him was too despicable. Just sneak attack me. But when the words reached his mouth, he couldn't say them. After all, he was the one who came looking for trouble. Before coming here, his elder Qian Dingling had instructed him to control his temper when he arrived on Cloud Mist Island and not act like a young master every day. Who here wasn't a young master? However, as soon as he discovered Long Yong, he couldn't control himself. The Green Snake clan was very united. In many cases it was even more so when it came to enemies. Senior, I was wrong. Before coming here, I was too complacent and didn't ask about the rules of Cloud Mist Island. I've committed such a big mistake. It's infuriating. Please punish me. As long as you don't disqualify me, I'll accept any punishment. Cloud Mist Island has always been a place of cultivation that I've dreamed of. Before Xueqi could even admit his mistake, Long Yong began to cry and admit his mistake. As the saying goes, a crying baby gets milk. This is definitely a wise saying. In the next second, the crowd, who had been quiet just a moment ago, was shocked by Long Yang's shameless words. What was the cause of this? It was this guy who couldn't bear to see others kneeling and licking Cloud Island's boots, okay? Although it was indeed a little unfair that he was targeted because he didn't show any expression of yearning, the difference between what he had just said and what he had just said was like heaven and earth. The Cloud Mist Island has always been your dream place of cultivation, hasn't it? How the hell did he even dare to say such words? They were already shameless enough to be willing to fight for this guy, but they didn't expect that they still underestimated Long Yang's lower limit. There was no one else who had the ability to say the same thing to people and say the same thing to ghosts. Sure enough, the middle-aged man who wanted to show his authority and give them a so-called punishment couldn't say anything at this time. In essence, this was a small matter. The other party had already admitted his mistake, yet he still didn't want to let it go. Wasn't this clearly saying that he didn't have the ability to tolerate others? Turning a big matter into a small matter and a small matter into nothing was the only thing the middle-aged man could do now. After all, the people around him had yet to pass the test and join Cloud Mist Island. Interesting. After taking a closer look at Long Yong, the middle-aged man said with a smile that wasn't a smile. To be able to become the envoy of Cloud Mist Island, who wasn't a smart person? After a short moment of astonishment, he already understood that this guy was clearly doing it to make it difficult for him to back down. I'm also in a difficult position. After all, you guys broke the rules. That's good. The test for you is very simple. Rely on your own cultivation and endurance to walk 500 steps up Cloud Mist Peak. Both of you just need to take 10 more steps than the standard. Consider it a small punishment. What a nice way to put it. Long Yong was stunned. He finally understood what was called being too clever for one's own good. That tearful complaint not only didn't achieve the desired effect, but also made him take 10 more steps. He was no stranger to the test of Cloud Mist Peak. He had heard of it before on Demonic Immortal Island. After 500 steps, each step was like ascending to heaven. Although it was only 10 steps, it was a little more difficult than the previous 500 steps. And this was under the premise that the middle-aged man in front of him didn't kill him. If he really dared to take 550 steps, Long Yong would definitely turn around and walk away on the spot. Good lord, 550 steps. This was almost the limit of an Earth Immortal. Unless you're really able to attain a cultivation at the peak of the earthly immortal realm before the age of 20 and possess unbelievable endurance, otherwise, It's utterly impossible. Long Yang's face was bitter at this moment, but he didn't know what to say at this moment. The people around him were all gloating. Who asked you to be so smug? I thought you were the only shameless person in the world. See. There are also people on Cloud Mist Island who can also deal with you. Mushroom, Blue Thin. With a bitter face, Long Yang walked forward step by step, feeling speechless in his heart. In this day and age, were all middle-aged people so shameless? All right. Don't forget why you're here. If you're all prepared, then let's start now. The middle-aged man waved his hand. He was originally here to invigilate the test. He couldn't decide the results of the exam, but he could decide when to start with just a word from him. In an instant, nearly tens of thousands of Baiding began to walk towards Yunwu Peak step by step. There were dozens of mountain roads in the entire Cloud Mist Peak. The number of disciples recruited each year varied, but the number of people who came was never less than hundreds of thousands. Anyone under the age of 30, who had a fairy spirit pearl, and whose cultivation had reached the Earth Immortal realm could participate in the test. Naturally, this time was the same. Long Yang took a deep breath and began to calm his breathing. In his view, this was not only a test, but also a test of his limits. Although he usually liked to take shortcuts and often had crooked thoughts during battles, he was very clear that there were no shortcuts on the road of cultivation. Only when you have a complete understanding of your body, talent, and endurance will you be able to adjust the most reasonable cultivation path according to your own situation. This test, for him, was also an opportunity to understand his own limits. Although, after adding 10 steps, he himself wasn't sure whether he could pass this test and become an official disciple of Cloud Mist Island. If this kid can pass, he can consider coming to my sect to do odd jobs. While Long Yang was concentrating on going up the mountain, he didn't know that. Chapter 4174. It didn't look any different from the others, but it felt like it was extremely long. Would the mighty Cloud Mist Island make useless efforts? Even though the pressure hadn't appeared on them yet, the immortals were well aware that this path was definitely not going to be easy. There was some hesitation on their faces, but most of the people here were prodigies. At this moment, hesitation was useless. Therefore, they still walked up the stairs step by step. When Long Yang took the first step on the stairs, he felt a strong pressure coming at him. In fact, he didn't really care about this pressure, but overall, he was starting to frown. If the first step was already so stressful, would they really be able to withstand the pressure later on? Indeed, if this was really the case, not many people would have confidence in such a path. The reason why Cloud Mist Island was one of the top 10 sects, what kind of heritage it had, and what kind of benefits it would bring to you after entering. Perhaps no one knew, but in the eyes of many people, it was not something that was difficult to find out. Otherwise, how could there be so many members of the clan who yearned to take the test in the truest sense? Many of them used to be the so-called prodigies of their own clans, and they would definitely be treated with respect in their own clans. Under such circumstances, they had to come to a place like this, and they only had a chance to take the test. Were most of these people stupid? If one thought about it, many things could be completely understood. After all, if the prodigies here were all stupid, the entire Cloud Mist Island wouldn't have been able to stand for so many years. Overall, tens of thousands of people didn't show any signs of discomfort or pressure. After all, this was just the beginning for them. If an earthly immortal who was only a dozen steps away could not successfully step into the next stage, then he would really be a waste. A so-called waste wouldn't be invited here to take the test. Once they felt the pressure, it would be after dozens of steps. Long Yang was already mentally prepared at the start, but after a dozen steps, he began to feel a little tormented. An inexplicable pressure began to squeeze his entire body. Even though he was very confident in himself, the torment he felt in his heart at this moment was not any less. One step at a time. It sounded impossible, but it was the truth. He felt somewhat helpless in his heart, but at this moment, he did not have the slightest thought of retreating. No matter what, the current situation had not reached such a stage. Since he hadn't reached his so-called limit, charging forward was the only thing he could and wanted to do. Perhaps it wouldn't have much of an effect on himself, but it wouldn't be unimaginable for him to strengthen himself. In the immortal world, immortals were only the most basic of cultivators. They cultivated immortal spirit energy into their dantian, but their physical conditions were the same as ordinary immortals. Only when one reached the earthly immortal realm could one truly begin to train one's physique, muscles, bones, and skin. These exercises seemed to be very basic, but it was definitely not easy to do them well and reach the pinnacle. Long Yang's eyes gradually became a little blurry as he felt the complete suppression of the immortal spirit energy. It was only 100 steps, but he already felt like he couldn't move an inch forward. What kind of terrifying pressure would he face after taking 500 steps? It would probably be more than one mountain, right? Thinking of this, his heart gradually began to panic. Even so, he felt that giving up this kind of tempering was not worth it. When he turned his head and saw that countless immortals were having the same difficulty as him, his heart began to feel a little better. Fortunately, I'm not the only one like this. Otherwise, I'm afraid that I'll have no choice but to give up in the end, no matter how tough I am. When that time comes, what kind of experiences will I have? If I can't enter this place, will I really return to the demonic immortal island? There were people he cared about there, but at least for now, he didn't want to go back. If he didn't become an immortal, even if he went back, he would still be targeted and looked down upon. After seeing the outside world, he really didn't want to live such a muddle-headed life. It seemed like a very speechless excuse to stand out, but it really began to be branded in his bones. Perhaps it was because of that unwillingness? Bone tempering. Bone tempering. Only when I reach the Cloud Mist Island can I truly hone my bones perfectly. So, no matter what, I must persist. Long Yang secretly decided in his heart. His whole body was already in a state of extreme dizziness. 200 steps seemed to be a matter that happened in an instant, but when it came to him, the difficulty gradually began to show. If it weren't for his cultivation, and the fact that he had already tempered his tendons and meridians when he was in the human immortal realm, even these 200 steps would be completely impossible for him. Only now did he clearly understand the importance of cultivation and strength in this world. Only when you truly reached the end and successfully forged your body to be perfect, then you could prepare for everything, achieve immortality, and be able to dominate the world. Was he really the kind of person who liked to stand on top of others? No, he just wanted freedom. He wanted to stand out and be respected by others in the truest sense of the word. Although there were times when this fellow would do some despicable things, those things weren't a big deal. Strength was the foundation of the immortal world, and only strength was what everyone really needed. Go! Long Yang subconsciously shouted and began to speed up. In an instant, almost everyone saw the same scene. Long Yang didn't look very tall, but his whole body was like a sharp sword. Withstanding the pressure, he burst out with a sharp edge and walked straight forward. That speed made countless people start to become sluggish. What's going on? There's actually someone who can accelerate after reaching 200 steps. Chapter 4175. As soon as he sped up, almost everyone turned to look at him. Disbelief and disbelief appeared on their faces in the truest sense of the word, to the point that they almost fainted. After the 200th step, it became extremely difficult. Each step took at least 1 to 2 minutes, and this was under the premise that he was fully under pressure. What's wrong with this guy? In an instant it was like walking normally. Did he have to be so monstrous? Did he have to perform so well at a time like this? How many immortals truly adhered to the principle of keeping a low profile? After all, among the masses, this was the most unnoticeable thing. Only under such circumstances could you do something, or rather, quietly make a fortune. This was something that no one would think of, and only then would you be able to attract everyone's attention. But what's wrong with this guy? Even if he really had such terrifying strength, by exposing it during the test, wasn't it obvious that he was being targeted? Could there really be such a stupid guy in this world? How could Long Yang not know that if he sped up now, it would attract everyone's attention? He was very clear about this himself, but under such circumstances, he felt that there were gains and losses. Something like that would indeed attract everyone's attention, and the possibility of being targeted would be very high in the future. Of course, the premise was that you had to enter Cloud Mist Island to cultivate. But there were gains and losses. If you lost your low profile, you could become the focus of everyone's attention. Was it not important to become the focus of attention and the target that many people thought highly of? Since it was important, then fight for it and fight for it. If you don't have a competitive heart, is it really possible to successfully walk the path of immortals? At least, in Long Yang's heart, there might be such a possibility, but he would never fight for it. Moreover, it was not a bad thing for him to explode at this time. After all, he had to take 10 more steps than others to be considered to have passed the test. In the next instant, Many people who had the same thoughts as Long Yang also began to speed up their steps. Just as he had expected, immortals, be it humans or demonic immortals, all had a competitive heart. Many of them even forgot the limits of their own endurance and began to speed up without a care for anything else. The entire road began to become a little messy, and it was no longer as orderly as before. 470. After reaching this number, Long Yang really couldn't go any further. It was also because he had used up a lot of energy the last time that his body didn't have the chance to withstand it at all. That kind of pressure caused him to have a mental breakdown. Under such circumstances, if it was anyone else, it would be difficult for them to continue. Of course, if they clenched their teeth and persevered, they might be able to take a few steps forward. But was it really useful? 500 steps was a guarantee. In such a situation, even if you made a few more steps, it wouldn't reach the standard. Long Yang knew that Cloud Mist Island wasn't easy to enter, but he didn't expect it to be so difficult. Even he felt that it was going to be difficult to enter, so much so that even he couldn't help but feel that it was extremely difficult. No, this can't go on. That's right. Didn't they say that I'm not allowed to borrow external forces? Since that's the case, I'll borrow external help. His body was under strong pressure, and in the next second, Long Yang's eyes suddenly lit up. Without hesitation, he took out a spirit stone from his storage ring, held it in his hand, and began to absorb it. In just a moment, the absorption of the spirit stone began to restore the physical strength that he had consumed before. He gritted his teeth and began to move forward again. In fact, his state was very normal. It wasn't that his body couldn't withstand such pressure, but that he had consumed too much of his physical strength. As long as his physical strength began to gradually recover, it might be impossible to completely make up for the deficit, but as long as his body could still bear it, continuing to walk was not cheating. Perhaps because of this, the few invigilators didn't stop him at this moment. Spirit stones could be used on this path to heaven, because at that moment, it was absolutely impossible to make the body stronger. Feeling the recovery of physical strength, Long Yang gradually began to adapt to the pressure of 500 steps. Finally arrived at this place? There were still 10 steps ahead. Logically speaking, at this time, he should continue without stopping. After all, he still had 10 steps to go. However, this wasn't the case for Long Yang. Instead, he stopped at a distance of 500 steps. Not bad, not bad. According to his current state, 510 steps shouldn't be a big problem. It just depends on what his limit is. In fact, that person had almost seen through Long Yang's physical fitness before. 500 steps or even 510 steps. He could complete it if he persisted for a while, and it might not even be his limit. Could it be that the current him stopped to prepare to break through the limit? Many people's eyes fell on Long Yang, and they all thought so. Ha! Why isn't he moving? Seeing that he was still motionless after resting for a whole minute, many invigilators began to frown. Seeing that the people behind gradually began to catch up, those who sped up, all of them had the same performance as Long Yang before, or even a little worse. Long Yang didn't continue to move forward, and many invigilators began to be puzzled. Cheating. Humph. Relying on absorbing spirit stones to increase physical strength, I think your physical strength is only at this level, right? If only I had brought spirit stones with me. That burst of speed just now was too exhausting. My body can hold on now, but my physical strength is starting to run out. Many people looked at Long Yang with envy, jealousy, and hatred, but their hearts began to move. Similarly, some people directly took out immortal stones from their storage rings, imitating Long Yang without hesitation. The physical strength that was consumed could be replenished, and there was a high chance that they could successfully complete the test. Under such circumstances, what was a mere spirit stone? Of course, this didn't include those who had been steadily moving forward. Those people were still halfway up the mountain. There were about a few hundred immortals rushing forward at high speed, and most of them regretted it. Why would I be in the limelight for no reason? It's all that guy's fault, he's a bad influence. They looked at Long Yang with a bit of resentment in their eyes. Just as they were thinking about this, a voice that left them dumbfounded was heard. Immortal stones on sale. Big sale. 1 immortal stone to help you recover your physical strength. No first-grade immortal artifacts. No first-grade pills. You just need to write an IOU, and then return 2 inferior-grade immortal stones. To solve your urgent need and restore your physical strength, it's a real selfless contribution. Definitely a good deal. Chapter 4176. Even the few invigilators who had previously looked at Long Yong in a different light were now staring at him with wide eyes. They looked at Long Yong, who was selling spirit stones, in disbelief. They could not help but think of him as audacious. Over the years, the number of disciples that Cloud Mist Island had recruited could be said to be countless. Rather than calling it a sect, such a huge island had more members than a country. Naturally, there were also countless immortals who had seen all kinds of immortals. However, most of the people who came to participate in the assessment and become official disciples of Cloud Mist Island still followed the rules. After all, this was Cloud Mist Island, one of the top 10 sections. It had an extremely strong reputation and an extremely strong reputation. It was not that they had not seen people who did not follow the rules, and even some cheaters, which was not very rare. However, they had never seen someone like Long Yong, who directly stopped at the 500th step and gave usury. Was this guy not afraid of being beaten to death by the crowd after the assessment? Previously you were the one who started it, and now you turned around and gave usury. Anyone with a bit of pride in their heart would not be able to stand it, okay? They could even imagine that if it was not for the existence of the stairway to heaven, perhaps Long Yong would have already been beaten into a pig's head. Long Yong walked forward in silence with a dark face. Those who had not recovered their strength all stared at Long Yong as if they were mortal enemies. No one would have thought that this guy could actually rely on the assessment to make a fortune. Moreover, some of the people who could not hold on and did not have spirit stones on them had to be rejected. Looking at the current situation, there was no other branch. Well, no one would be so shameless as to lend a loan at this time. Here, give me one. Finally, one of the people who could not hold on took the lead and opened his mouth. In an instant, Long Yong, who was still suffering from pain, smiled happily. A white light flashed, and a spirit stone and a piece of white paper appeared in front of everyone. Long Yong did not say anything. A beam of light lit up on his finger, and he wrote and drew on the white paper for a few seconds. Then, the white paper was held in front of the person with immortal chi. You. After signing and stamping, you will hand over the spirit stones with both hands. I am not deceiving anyone. The big smile on his face gave people the feeling of a profiteer. That person spat out a mouthful of blood. Was he afraid that he would go back on his word and directly ask for an IOU? From the moment Long Yong took out the promissory note, he knew very well that he was going to lose a lot of face this time. But what if he really didn't want the celestial stone? What would be the result? If worst comes to worst, I won't come to Cloud Mist Island anymore. Maybe I'll wait for the second batch a few months later. However, if he were to participate in the second batch of challenges, it would be even more embarrassing than the first time. Thinking of this, he began to understand that he had no other choice. Who told him to want to go into battle light? He didn't even bring his storage ring with him? At this moment, he was filled with regret. It was just a mere storage ring. Why couldn't it be placed anywhere else than on him? Even if there was some impact, it could be ignored. Why didn't he wear it on his hands? Even if he was very uncomfortable in his heart and wanted to beat Long Yong into a pig's head, now was not the time. He still had to compromise. After signing, Long Yong didn't provoke him anymore. He directly threw the immortal stones in his hand to the other party. This was 1 for 2. No matter who it was, they would be extremely happy with such a high-interest loan, right? In the blink of an eye, more than 100 immortal stones were all lent out by him. That mouth of his opened wide like a wicker basket. Amidst the dissatisfaction and unhappiness of many people, Long Yong turned back. No matter what, completing the test was the most important thing. Doing business was to cultivate faster, and at the same time, to obtain more resources. But at the same time, he also knew that no matter how insolent or overbearing you were, the most important thing was still to have strength. If you had the strength to cheat people and give high-interest loans, you naturally wouldn't be afraid that they wouldn't pay you back. Even if you suffered a loss, it would be a loss. But if you didn't have the strength, even if you had the promissory note in your hand and everything was justified, there probably wouldn't be many people who would really care about you. This was the reality, and it was something that you had to recognize. At this moment, he was still 10 steps away. There should be no problem. Ignoring the surprised looks of the crowd, Long Yong once again took out an immortal stone from his storage ring. He absorbed it in front of everyone, and his strength gradually recovered. In the next instant, he started walking up with big strides. You don't say, no matter what, this person's strength and talent are definitely not bad. Even if there are some mistakes in these, At least the strength of his physical body is definitely not ordinary. A few invigilators started whispering to each other. Indeed, what Long Yong did previously made them not know whether to laugh or cry. For the sake of more than 100 immortal stones, this guy had basically offended most of the disciples here. In their opinion, this was definitely not something that could make up for the loss. One must know that even though this Cloud Mist Island was only a sect on the surface, if one were to really explore it, it would be even bigger and more complicated than a country. As for the official disciples of Cloud Mist Island, they were equivalent to the privileged class of a country. They enjoyed most of the benefits of the entire island, and the things that they did were also biased towards the dangerous side. Among them, there were many disciples who lowered their heads and raised their heads. If they offended many of these privileged classes, it was obvious what the consequences would be. But even now, this guy still had a look of indifference on his face. Yes, with so many benefits, what was the big deal about offending a few people? If he was given a great opportunity, he would do it even if he offended all the disciples of this Cloud Mist Island. If worst comes to worst, he would just run for his life. In any case, in Long Yang's heart, he might not be very good at other things, but his ability to escape was still very good. How many steps do you think he can take? From the looks of it, it won't be difficult for him to take less than 550 steps. Although an instructor was feeling uncomfortable, he still said the same thing. It wasn't that one's talent and physical body were not strong because of one's bad personality. It was the exact opposite. Immortals with bad personalities usually had a certain amount of capital. I think it's about the same. If he explodes his limit, it's not impossible for him to take 560 steps, another invigilator said. 560 steps. Among all the new disciples of Cloud Mist Island, this was not considered the best. But it was definitely considered a top figure. One must know that this batch of disciples from the entire Cloud Mist Island recruited more than 100,000 people. Even if he was considered a top figure, he would at least be ranked around 1,000. Done. After taking the last step, Long Yong twisted his neck in discomfort. He clapped his hands and prepared to leave without hesitation. What? Is there something wrong with this guy's brain? The invigilators widened their eyes, unable to believe that all of this was real. When he reached the 510th step, which was also the place that the senior mentioned, he didn't go any further. Was he going to run away? What was going on? Chapter 4177. A person's inner thoughts that others couldn't fathom would always be surprising when he did things. Just like now. Previously, Long Yong walked forward quickly because he wanted to show off in front of people, and it was the same for the usury after that. Perhaps he could indeed gain a lot of practical benefits, and even have the strength to do that, but the main reason was probably to show off in front of the invigilators, right? After all, the greater the impression one made, the better the treatment one would receive. Immortals, especially immortals in sects, most of the time, if you don't fight for it, especially people like him who had no background and could only rely on themselves, it would be absolutely difficult to get ahead. Therefore, what Long Yong did before made those invigilators dumbfounded, but it was not unacceptable to them. At least, his goal was achieved. At that time, these invigilators at least had a very deep impression of him. Whether it was a good or bad impression, his talent was reflected, and the strength of his body was also reflected. After all, he would not be worse than those who were willing to be ordinary, right? However, next, he directly reached 510 steps and gave up, which made them a little puzzled. Saying that he was low-key was actually completely unnecessary at this time. He had already left such a deep impression on people, and it was not something that could be appeased by such a low profile. But saying that he was high profile, he was not at the front at all. He clearly had the strength to move forward. To be honest, those invigilators really couldn't understand him. Long Yong sat at the gathering square in advance, crossing his legs and doing nothing. His eyes seemed to be filled with a slight smile. Based on that performance, everything was actually still under his control. As for the invigilators, after the number of people began to decrease, gradually not everyone was in charge. When they arrived at the gathering square, they all turned their attention to Long Yong. At this time, they were very curious about what this guy, who was the first to finish the exam and frequently did unexpected things, was planning. Even the middle-aged man who stopped Long Yong before was the same. I really can't guess. I really can't guess. Young people nowadays really make people speechless. After about a quarter of an hour, more than half of the immortals began to slowly gather at the central plaza. especially the first batch. Most of them began to return and looked at Long Yong with unfriendly eyes. If looks could swallow a person, Long Yong would have been swallowed countless times by now. He was still the center of attention even after the test had ended. Needless to say, Long Yong actually enjoyed that kind of gaze this time. He no longer had any sense of shame. Give me back the eye. Several immortals who had disappeared for a few minutes had returned. Needless to say, he was going back to his residence to get the immortal stones. Although immortal stones were precious to ordinary immortals, they were only low-grade immortal stones. In essence, in the eyes of some so-called prodigies, immortal stones weren't that precious and couldn't be taken out. However, even if he really took it out, it would still be a little painful. However, it was better to settle this matter as soon as possible. Having an IOU in someone else's hands was a humiliation that many so-called geniuses, especially those from aristocratic families, could not tolerate. Looking at the shining white immortal stones coming back one by one, Long Yong beamed with joy. His expression was indescribable. It was as if he had eaten bee shit. In the next second, he picked up the IOU that he had kept earlier, checked it one by one, and collected the money. At this moment, he dreamt of lying in a pile of immortal stones and sleeping. He reached out, took out a piece, and stuffed it into his mouth. This day will definitely come in the future. After a round of transactions, his more than 200 immortal stones turned into more than 300, some of which he didn't go back to get. Otherwise, the number of immortal stones alone would probably be more than 500. This number was already quite a lot for any earthly immortal realm cultivator, especially for earthly immortals like them who had just entered the earthly immortal realm and had not even had the time to hone their bones. Many people looked at Long Yong with bloodshot eyes. It was as if they wanted to find a place where there was no one around to beat him up, and then slap him into the ground to snatch the immortal stones. However, at least at this time, they couldn't do such a thing. After all, the invigilators were still there. This kid. He's earning immortal stones quite fast. I just don't know if he can keep it. The middle-aged man smiled slightly, but didn't say anything. All right. Our debt is settled. Now it's time to settle the debt of humiliating us. Suddenly, just when everyone was about to leave and felt that there was no more show to watch, the immortal walking at the very front added. Subconsciously, everyone started to look back. It seemed like they were going to fight. Invigilator, now that we've passed the test and become members of Cloud Mist Island, you won't stop us from a normal challenge, right? He turned around and looked at one of the invigilators. The invigilator waved his hand and said impatiently, "Go ahead. Who would want to get involved in this kind of thing?" The previous invigilator had interfered on a whim. Moreover, they weren't considered members of Cloud Mist Island at that time, and there was no challenge ceremony or witness in advance. Now, a disciple, even a new disciple, wanted to challenge another one. Even if he was unhappy, he couldn't do anything about it. Moreover, the one he was unhappy with was Long Yong. He was too cunning. He couldn't wait to see him get beaten up. Almost everyone's eyes focused on Long Yong again, with a look that said, "You're doomed." Long Yong smiled. Since it's a challenge, it's considered within the scope of learning from each other. There should be some wager, right? How about, I'll use the spirit stones that I just got as a wager? What about you? Rebellious general. Seeing this, everyone was stunned. This fellow actually dared to challenge them. One should know that this group of people were true elites. Otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to keep up with Long Yang's footsteps. The people they recommended might not be the strongest among them, but they were definitely not weak. Did he just agree to it so easily? And he even added a wager? I see. So that's what they were waiting for. Finally, the invigilator who couldn't understand before now understood the context of the matter. No wonder that brat Long Yong went down to rest after 510 steps. It seemed that he had expected someone to challenge him. Chapter 4178. It turned out that Long Yong had already anticipated that someone would pick a fight with him, so he conserved his strength. This was more exciting than any other time. As long as the other party was not on the same level as Long Yong, his chances of winning would be much higher. And now, although the examination had ended, whether or not they would be able to find a good place to go would depend on the invigilators. They would have to leave a deep impression on them, and even their judgment on their combat level. This was much better than walking 500 steps before. That way, He wouldn't have to bear the terrifying pressure, and he wouldn't have to pay too much. It had to be said that a businessman was a businessman, especially a usury businessman. He couldn't afford to offend him. In the eyes of many people, being able to think of everything in a holistic manner was an extremely intelligent state. Standing up, Long Yang's smile was still brimming. To be honest, he didn't think too much about it. In comparison, he didn't really care about those illusory things. Only the benefits in his hands were the real benefits. Practical benefits came first. This was what he had always adhered to. To put it bluntly, if someone gave him a considerable amount of wealth and asked him to weigh the pros and cons, or even withdraw from this competition, he would not hesitate. Nothing was better than having it in his own hands. This might seem a little too selfish, but at his stage, it was always the main theme. Sometimes, if you couldn't even make the simplest choice, you would really be picking sesame seeds and losing watermelons. Looking at Long Yang's face that made people want to beat him up, the invigilator's heart was conflicted, but in the end, he still nodded and said, "I have a second-grade immortal tool. This immortal tool is also worth a few hundred low-grade spirit stones. Let's use this as a bet." After saying that, he signaled the people around him to leave. He wanted to have a good fight with this guy in front of him. Almost at the same time, countless immortals in the surroundings made way for him. Some were gloating, some had serious eyes. In their eyes, this person who had just passed the assessment and became a disciple of Cloud Mist Island had such a big show to watch. To have such a great show to watch, this was simply too worthwhile. Seeing that the other party had agreed, Long Yang didn't waste any more words. He walked forward with a faint smile on his face. He knew that even if he wanted to escape, he wouldn't be able to. "You won't go back on your word when you lose, right?" she asked worriedly. The surrounding immortals rolled their eyes. "Do you think everyone is as shameless as you?" However, if he accepted someone else's challenge just because he was in a good state right now, it would also seem like an unfair victory. All right, this matter, Long Yang had automatically ignored it. "I want to see if the guy who cheated me of a spirit stone is really that strong." With that, the young man leaped forward. The immortal chi in his body began to flow, and every meridian began to be filled with an intense and manic aura. Blue veins popped out and celestial spiritual energy began to appear on his arms. In just a moment, only his arms began to grow larger. Dang! The immortal realm focused on expanding one's meridians. Apart from one's own bloodline talent, there weren't many ways to fight. Unless one was a core member of one of the truly large demon immortal clans, it would be very difficult for one to possess magic powers or seals. Using the celestial spiritual energy in one's meridians to fight, the amount of celestial spiritual energy one could explode out was how strong one was. It could be said that this kind of battle had always been relatively simple and crude. Although this person didn't look very manic, his overall fighting style was very barbaric. He mobilized his strength and filled his body with it. Like a boxer, he gathered all the strength in his hand and smashed it. With a force of 8,000 or 9,000 kilograms, if a boulder was in front of him, it would be smashed into pieces, even if it didn't shatter in an instant. Such an ability could only be possessed by an Earth immortal. Generally speaking, a so-called human immortal's attack power of around 5,000 kilograms was almost the limit, and that was with the addition of celestial spiritual energy. There was no lack of geniuses who could surpass this level of strength and reach a shocking level of power. However, those were the absolute minority. Those who wanted to exceed 8,000 kilograms were almost certainly Earth immortals. But this person in front of him gave people the feeling that this was just an ordinary attack. It was definitely not an extreme eruption, but he already had more than 8,000 kilograms of strength. Coupled with the change in appearance, he was undoubtedly an Earth immortal. I've never really fought with an ordinary Earth immortal. I wonder if he has started to hone his bones. But to think that this little bit of strength can suppress me? It's a fool's dream. He turned around. This time, Long Yang didn't even use the most basic dodge. He clenched his fist. The celestial spiritual energy expanded to his arm. In the next second, his fist collided with the opponent's. Boom! A dull sound began to be heard. Under the explosion, almost everyone subconsciously shrank their necks. The battle between these two was really not simple and crude at all. They directly began to punch each other. The collision of strength and celestial spiritual energy didn't even use the most basic moves and routines. F***CK. The people behind him subconsciously cursed. They saw that person fly backward like a cannonball. In the next second, His entire body smashed into the wall behind him. The wall didn't show any signs of breaking. But this was the square of Cloud Island. Even the wall was made of hard celestial light rock. How could it be broken so easily? If there was no accident, this kind of power was at least 5,000 kilograms. If it was an ordinary stone wall or brick wall, it would have collapsed long ago. Extreme Mortal Immortal? Rumor has it that Extreme Mortal Immortals can have an attack of 5,000 kilograms after breaking through to the Earth Immortal level. Look at him. Even now, he still hasn't used his full strength. How strong is his extreme strength? 11,000 kilograms? No, it should be even stronger than that. What kind of race is this guy? Many people began to discuss. There were indeed some monster immortals that relied on their strong bodies and strength to dominate the endless ocean. Rumor had it that those monsters were born with terrifying strength. However, these were just legends. Moreover, those tribes were extremely rare. How could any random one of them be one of those clans? For a moment, Long Yang's original clan became the root of everyone's curiosity. 5,000 kilograms of strength. That was 5 tons of destructive power. Was this really something an Earth Immortal who had just entered the Earth Immortal realm could have? Interesting. Immediately, the eyes of the middle-aged man burst out a ray of light. Chapter 4179. In fact, Long Yang had overestimated the immortals here. The reason was simple. He had lived on the demonic Immortal Island since he was a child. How could an ordinary place compare to the density of immortal chi there? In most places, the immortal chi wasn't very thin, but compared to the demonic Immortal Island, the difference was obvious. In a place like that, you would be imprisoned, looked down upon and humiliated beyond imagination. But at the same time, it wasn't without its benefits. Especially since he had been living in the center of the island. Although it wasn't the Sage Monarch Mansion, it wasn't too far away. Logically speaking, in such a place, even if one's bloodline was thin and his body was simple, it was not difficult for him to become an earthly immortal within a dozen years. It was even normal for him to become a middle or advanced earthly immortal. However, Long Yang's cultivation didn't improve at all. He was a mid-human immortal when he was still a child. Even after he left the island, he was still a mid-human immortal. To be honest, if he was a knowledgeable almighty, he would have discovered that this matter wasn't as simple as it seemed. Sometimes, in a place with such rich immortal chi, even if one didn't cultivate, one's cultivation would still improve. However, no one told him about this situation. His adoptive parents never talked to him about it. Naturally, they didn't know whether he was normal or not. Now, he had found the seal on his body. Although it had not been undone, it was beginning to loosen. Once it loosened, he could cultivate. Furthermore, he had been baptized by the immortal chi in the core area of the island since he was a child. Now that he was able to cultivate with twice the results with half the effort, it was not surprising that he was progressing at lightning speed. His tendons and meridians had been nourished by the immortal chi for a long time. They had been broadened and strengthened to a terrifying degree. Long Yang had never tested the extent of his strength and the accumulation of immortal chi. But now, it seemed that he wasn't comparable to an ordinary earthly immortal. This wasn't a full-strength strike, but it contained a force of 10,000 jin. This was the gap between immortals that couldn't be made up for. Even the middle-aged man was dumbfounded. The main reason why he paid attention to Long Yang was that this guy's personality was very bad, and it could even be said that they got along well. Of course, in his opinion, his talent and strength were by no means weak. In fact, he could be considered one of the best among all the examinees. But even so, he had never imagined that Long Yang's fist would be able to exert the strength of 10,000 kilograms, and it didn't seem like it had reached its limit. Such a person, not to mention Cloud Mist Island, at least in his eyes, would be a treasure of a sect. His talent had changed from not bad to very good. Although he had not reached the level of a heaven's chosen, at least in his eyes, with such a character and scheming, as long as he did not die, his achievements in the future would definitely not be low. Your daddy is thinking of taking him in as a disciple. What a pity. This kind of eruption is still somewhat lacking. The middle-aged man shook his head with a bitter smile. It wasn't because Long Yang wasn't strong enough, but because his disciples were all true geniuses. For a person like him, if he were to make any rash changes, the result would be something that even he would not be able to control. Let's wait and see. If it really doesn't work, I'll test his celestial force and extreme eruption. As long as he can reach the minimum standard, I will definitely take him in as a disciple. In the end, the middle-aged man made up his mind. Although he had found an excuse for himself, his expression showed that he had more or less made up his mind. Do you still want to fight? At this moment, Long Yang spoke with a slightly solemn expression after instantly killing an earthly immortal realm expert that possessed pretty good natural talent with a single punch. He really didn't expect that with his strength and talent, he could really crush this earthly immortal who had a good performance in the assessment. It turns out that I'm much stronger than I thought? This was a fact that Long Yang himself couldn't believe at this moment. In fact, it wasn't that he was too strong, but that the group of ordinary earthly immortals in front of him was too weak. It could be imagined that in the demonic immortal island, even the most ordinary of the younger generation was not on the same level as the so-called heavens chosen in the ordinary places. After that, when he came to demonic Snake Island, all the people he fought and came into contact with were the real super heavens chosen who rose in bloody battles. How could these people be compared to the ordinary geniuses of the so-called clans here? All along, Long Yang's evaluation of himself was more or less weak, and he had been catching up. However, he did not expect that when he suddenly turned around, he would realize that he was already standing at a rather powerful height. After a brief moment of astonishment, he even felt that what he had done before was a little too *king superfluous. The price of ignorance. If he had known this would happen, he would have just crushed all the way. Why did he have to use all kinds of schemes? Does anyone else want to challenge me? Lung Lung glanced at the victims behind her. Long Yang stopped playing tricks. He took a deep breath. He mobilized all the immortal qi in his dantian. It poured into his hand. Boom! The ground, which was also paved with immortal light rock, began to crack under his punch. A medium-sized crater appeared in front of all the immortals. The immortals who were just about to join forces to challenge Long Yang subconsciously broke out in a cold sweat. Shit! How could they fight? Was this the power of his outburst? 12,000 kilograms? No. It was at least 13,000 kilograms. An early-stage Earth immortal with such power was worthy of being called a Heaven's Chosen One, even in Cloud Island. Previously, those earthly immortals still thought that they might be able to defeat this guy if they joined forces. But now, they had completely lost their temper. How could a Heaven's Chosen One like him bully ordinary immortals like us at this moment? Isn't this cheap to the bone? This is clearly bullying. On the other side, the demonic immortal island's chosen one who had also finished the test saw this scene. It wasn't to the extent of being dumbfounded, but a different emotion flashed through his eyes. At least 13,000 kilograms of explosive force, and this is only for an early-stage Earth immortal. Long Yang, apart from his ordinary bloodline, I'm afraid he's not ordinary at all. However, even if that's the case, it won't be difficult for any one of us to suppress him. After all, they were demonic immortal island's chosen one. They were ordinary on the demonic immortal island. But ordinary immortals were not comparable to them. Long Yang, do you think that you can compete with my Green Snake clan with just this bit of talent and strength you've displayed? If I really want to kill you, I won't even need 10 moves. His fierce eyes went straight to the center of the arena. Before this, Ching Su was only playing around with Long Yang. But now, he really wanted to kill him. Chapter 4180. The battle that ended quickly made countless ordinary Earth immortals know the name Long Yang. Yes, a man who did not look tall but was so handsome that it made people want to scratch his face. If that was all, perhaps he would at most be a little envious. However, he was an expert at courting death, a guy who would stir up trouble whenever he had nothing to do. Such a person, no matter where he was, would probably not be quiet. However, there were few people who felt that such a person was truly normal. There were people who were envious, jealous, and even more people who hated him. However, there were very few admirers. It was really because if you admired such a bad character, wouldn't it make you seem abnormal? All of them began to arrive at the square one after another. It could be said that there were many young people who succeeded this time. 10,000 people took one path, and more than 7,000 people succeeded. Such a ratio, even in the previous Cloud Mist Island, was not small. As for those who were eliminated, either their strength could not keep up, or their temperament could not keep up, and they were afraid of suffering. They had already been directly driven out by Cloud Mist Island. Those who were able to stay were not all geniuses, but at the very least, They met the standards of the entire Cloud Mist Island. Just this alone was enough to make countless people raise their eyebrows. Long Yong, who was standing in the front row, actually did not have much change in his heart even until now. After all, many of the things that happened here could be considered as his face. If he really did not have this little bit of determination, he would not have made it to where he was now. As an immortal, he didn't even fight for the things that he should fight for when he was lacking resources. He only thought about accumulating strength and not attracting attention. Although most people were willing to do so, such people, in Long Yang's view, were destined not to achieve great things. Keeping a low profile also required capital. In fact, many times, those who kept a low profile were ordinary mediocre, and there was nothing to say. Didn't you see? Long Yang, who originally did not show his talent, was now standing in the front. This was the result of his struggle. Could it be that at this time, he still doubted whether what he did was right? However, there were many existences in the first row that were looking at him with ill intentions. Some of them were people he recognized, so it was normal for Long Yang to feel uncomfortable all over. This time, the one who left the most was a genius from the demonic immortal island. 660 steps. It was a number that was still deafening to this day. Of course, they were not from the Long Yang pit. How could a truly determined and dazzling existence like Long Yang join in the fun like that? Therefore, although Long Yang had shown his face here this time, in terms of talent and strength, he was actually not at the top in the true sense. The Endless Sea domain was lacking in many things, but the one thing it didn't lack was geniuses. Long Yang was clear about this, and so were some other people. Now, except for the 100 people in the first row, everyone else, follow me. Before the chaotic square could completely quiet down, a loud voice rang out. An invigilator said in an unquestionable voice. For everyone to be able to reach the step, it could actually be said that they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island. However, even if they were official disciples of Cloud Mist Island, the places they were assigned to were completely different. Most of the disciples would be arranged to cultivate in the various prefectures and prefectures of Cloud Mist Island. The entire Cloud Mist Island had an army of millions of immortals. Everyone in the army was a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island, and they were separated from ordinary people and aristocratic families. It could be said that once one became a true disciple of Cloud Mist Island and a member of the army, one would have a higher status on Cloud Mist Island and become a member of the privileged class. The remaining few, or geniuses, would be assigned to the 3 peaks and 4 academies. They were the true elite members of Cloud Mist Island. Almost every one of them was a genius of Cloud Mist Island. Whether it was talent or strength, they were completely incomparable to ordinary disciples. They were also the true elite army of Cloud Mist Island. In fact, many people said that strictly speaking, the 3 peaks and 4 academies were the true members of Cloud Mist Island. Although this was a bit biased, it indirectly reflected the true status of the disciples of the 3 peaks and 4 academies on Cloud Mist Island. Those who remain are all Earth immortals above 550 steps. I believe you've done your homework before coming here. 3 peaks and 4 academies. You should be familiar with this name, right? The invigilator immediately revealed his purpose. In fact, everyone already had an idea in mind. Everyone who remained was a so-called genius. Since that was the case, it was reasonable for them to become members of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. How many people had come here just for the 3 peaks and 4 academies? How could they not have done their homework before coming here? It said that the true combat power of Cloud Mist Island is the 3 academies and 4 academies. All the resources needed to break through to the Sky Immortal level are almost free. The treatment ordinary disciples can't even imagine. They can even punish ordinary disciples of Cloud Mist Island at will. It's the true gathering place of elites, and in a real sense, it's the highest level of disciple organization on Cloud Mist Island. Many people began to read this out loud as if they were reading a textbook. Even Long Yang, who didn't know about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, was a little surprised at this moment. All the resources needed to break through to the Sky Immortal level were almost free. Just this alone would cost thousands of low-grade spiritual stones. This was almost equivalent to saying that everyone could become a Sky Immortal. How many people could resist such a temptation? Even the geniuses were the same. One should know that there were countless young geniuses in the Endless Ocean, but there were still very few who succeeded in becoming a Sky Immortal. Not even 1 in 10,000 was considered a lot. The Earth Immortal level and the Sky Immortal level were completely different and could not be compared. In terms of combat power, A real peak Earth immortal would have an explosive force of more than 50,000 kilograms. But even if you were a Tao disciple, you would never be able to break through 200,000 kilograms in the Earth immortal level. But a Sky immortal was different. Even a half-step Sky immortal would have a terrifying force of at least 500,000 kilograms. This was a qualitative leap, and it was also the dividing line between a real immortal and a powerful immortal. It was almost guaranteed to become a Sky immortal. This alone was enough to make countless young people jealous. Cloud Mist Peak, Hanging Sword Peak, Green Phoenix Crevice, Demon Slaying Academy, Solid Rock Academy, One Mystery Academy, and Heavenly Tao Academy form the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Chapter 4181. In fact, many people had learned about the 3 peaks and 4 academies before, so they naturally had their own considerations for the place they wanted to go. Of course, this didn't include people like Long Yang who had only heard of them but had never come into contact with them. Right now, he was in a very helpless state. He didn't know what these guys were talking about, and which of the 3 peaks and 4 academies was more suitable for him. As a genius recognized by the Cloud Mist Island, the people here naturally had the right to make their own choices. This was a two-way choice. If you had the ability, you could choose any of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Similarly, if you barely passed, then you could only be chosen by others. To be honest, Long Yang still didn't know how his talent and combat ability were. He didn't have a clear measurement. Naturally, he had some other ideas about the things he had done and the methods he had used. However, these weren't the main points. The main point was that he could enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies, which was something he didn't expect before. After all, in the Cloud Mist Island, there were very few people like him. There were more than 10,000 members, and now there were less than 100 people left. One could imagine how high the elimination rate was. To put it bluntly, it was already an incredible miracle for someone to be able to stay in the 3 peaks and 4 academies. Naturally, there might be a certain chance of success if you went to hide and fight for something else, but under such an unknown premise, it was still a little risky. Why do I feel that there's something unusual about this? It's like entering the 3 peaks and 4 academies is even worse than entering the ordinary army? Long Yang frowned, and he didn't know why there was a very indescribable feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, being able to enter the 3 peaks and 4 academies and enjoy cultivation resources and treatment that you didn't even dare to think about yourself, no matter from which angle you looked at it, it was a great thing. Whether it was in terms of status or other aspects, there was no comparison between the two sides, but why did he always have this feeling in his heart? At this moment, Long Yang really began to feel a little overwhelmed. It wasn't because he was afraid, but because he was in awe of the unknown. Especially when he saw how serious those so-called invigilators were, Long Yang's mood became even heavier. It was as if what he was about to face was completely different from what most people had imagined. What exactly was different? What kind of secrets were hidden inside? Long Yang didn't know, but he had a hunch. Long Yang, are you willing to come to my Demon Slaying Academy? After a while, the proctor who had been optimistic about him finally asked. To be honest, although Long Yang hadn't been in contact with this person, his impression of him wasn't bad. Before the exam, he also told him about the importance of the exam. Although he didn't explain about the 3 peaks and 4 academies, it was also a good choice for Long Yang to be familiar with him. Wow! Many people started to be shocked at this moment. 3 peaks and 4 academies. 3 peaks and 4 academies. These were the 7 relatively powerful forces on Cloud Mist Island. However, there was still a certain difference between them. The 3 peaks were the strongest forces on Cloud Mist Island. In contrast, the 4 academies were slightly inferior. However, the Demon Slaying Academy had always been the leader of the 4 academies and had always been extremely strict in recruiting disciples. Long Yang was only in the limelight during the exam. How could he enter the Demon Slaying Academy to cultivate? Many people had expressions of disbelief on their faces, and even Long Yang felt that it was inconceivable. In that case, did he have a choice? Alright, this guy had always thought that he had just sneaked in. Even if his talent had really reached the level of the Cloud Mist Island's Heaven's Favored Ones, he would still be at the bottom of the Heaven's Favored Ones. He couldn't be compared to the true elites of demonic Immortal Island at all. However, it seemed that the 3 peaks and 4 academies were not the only ones who could choose him. He also had a choice. At the thought of this guy's heart began to float. That kind of affirmation of himself. No matter where he went, he could really be happy. In fact, People like him were indeed not as utilitarian as those old monsters who had lived for thousands of years. However, it was still a very good thing to be able to show his face. Right now, Long Yong had fallen into a state of elation. If I join, can I make a small request? For example, immortal stones or something. I don't need a lot, just a little more will do. Long Yong raised his hand. His smug look made people want to press him to the ground and give him a good beating. Suddenly, the invigilator's calm expression turned as black as the bottom of a pot. Damn it, this guy is indeed a guy who will shine brightly with a little sunlight. He's simply inhumane. At this time, I'm already giving you face by asking. I'm treating you like a true elite, yet you still dare to make a request under such circumstances? How greedy must you be to think of such a way to court death? If it wasn't for the fact that the invigilator was a more serious person and was unwilling to fight with the younger generation, Long Yong would probably have a bloody nose and a swollen face. However, even so, it was impossible for him to throw away his face and force Long Yong to join. The invigilators here were all elites of the 3 peaks and 4 academies. They had an insufferably arrogant identity. Sometimes, they still had to maintain their dignity in front of others. Long Yang's cheap mouth had completely lost the benefits that he should have. Even now, he still didn't know in his heart. As for the others, they were completely speechless. They really didn't expect that this money grubber could actually do such a thing in such an environment. This was picking up sesame but losing watermelon. He usually looked so shrewd. Could it be that he was really so smug that he didn't care about anything else? Some of the people who wanted to recruit him had no choice but to reconsider at this moment. Chapter 4182. All of a sudden, the atmosphere became awkward. They knew that Long Yong was a troublemaker. He could even do things that you wouldn't even dare to look at when you didn't expect it. He was a weirdo. However, there was no weirdo who could walk further and further on the path of seeking death. Now, even his future was ruined by him. What was this? Could this guy still act like a genius? It seems like I've embarrassed the geniuses. But I'm right. Since I can choose, of course I'll go to whichever place offers better conditions. Long Yong was still unable to extricate himself from his thoughts. What a joke. If he didn't even fight for the most basic things, then wouldn't he become one of the commoners in the 3 peaks and 4 academies? Perhaps this was already dazzling enough in the eyes of others, but for someone like Long Yong who wanted to stand out and had seen a lot of things in the demonic immortal island, it was still far from enough. Everything needed to be fought for and worked hard. Under such circumstances, Long Yong was actually under a lot of pressure. However, this was not the demonic immortal island, nor was it the place where everyone looked down on him. On this point he began to have some ideas. No matter what, this place is a good place. If he can really take root and live here or even do something of his own, for the current Long Yong, this is also a great thing. Then come to our solid rock courtyard. But let me say this in advance. There will be no preferential treatment. The invigilator looked at Long Yong speechlessly. He really had the urge to slap him. But no matter what, no matter how good this guy was at courting death, his talent and strength were not bad. Even if he came to the solid rock courtyard, he still had a certain amount of room for development. Recruiting disciples, living to enrich one's strength, all of this was based on strength. An existence that frequently courted death was more likely to become an expert in the true sense. At the very least, in the face of danger, he still had a certain amount of ability. This was much better than those who had not experienced such things. Although his talent and strength were not too outstanding, it was enough for those people in the solid rock courtyard to mention him. Alright, Long Yong, who was depressed just now, didn't say anything at this moment. He knew very well that with his innate talent and ability, the 3 peaks and 4 academies would definitely not give him any preferential treatment. Since that was the case, it didn't matter which one he would choose. Although the solid rock court wasn't considered the strongest among the 4 courts, it was still much stronger than the other armies outside of the 4 courts. Sometimes it was better to take things as they came. If you didn't have the ability or potential to do so, even if you did get a certain amount of support, you would only become the target of jealousy. Come on. This person will follow me from now on. Even though I might not accept him as a disciple, but my Heavenly Tao Academy will accept a piece of trash without a problem. These words caused Long Yang's gaze to shift towards that person. It was a familiar rebuke, a familiar voice. Wasn't he the middle-aged man who had increased the difficulty level for him earlier? Long Yong felt bitter in his heart. He didn't expect this person to be one of the invigilators. Before, he was still thinking about how to avoid his gaze. Now, it seemed like this middle-aged man had been eyeing him since that time. Thinking of this, Long Yong felt as if he was falling into endless darkness. A voice came out from his heart. Don't go with him, don't go with him. He didn't know if it was the voice in his subconscious or something else. What? You look like you're unwilling? Are you looking down on me? Turning his head, this slovenly middle-aged man stared at Long Yong casually. Long Yong felt a knife-like gaze coming towards him. Then, his entire body felt uncomfortable. It felt like thousands of ants were crawling on his body. He hadn't felt this kind of fear in a long time. The more it felt like this, the more Long Yong made up his mind to not fall into this person's hands. Boss Jiang. The expressions of the invigilators changed. They wanted to say something but stopped as they looked at the slovenly middle-aged man. Others didn't know, but they clearly knew that over the years, most of the people recruited by Boss Jiang were dead. Among the 4 courtyards, almost every courtyard had such a group of people. They might not be the most talented, but they definitely had great potential. But because of this, a group of people could never be full. Every time they recruited disciples, they would pounce on them like hungry wolves. Almost every time they recruited someone, it was equivalent to a death sentence. Surviving for no more than 5 years had become a common characteristic of those few groups. Although if you really survived and didn't die, your strength would truly be incomparably strong. Logically speaking, this kind of thing was not something they needed to care about. But thinking about it, this guy wasn't that annoying. It was really a pity that he died in the hands of Boss Jiang. Have you forgotten the rules of the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards? Don't force me to make a move. Kid, come, I'll take you to the Heavenly Academy to familiarize yourself with the place and find a place to stay. Turning around, the middle-aged man called Boss Jiang waved at Long Yong. Long Yong still hadn't recovered from his shock. You've already decided where I'm going? What if I don't want to go? Even if I'm a so-called genius, I don't have any human rights, right? Now, he knew that the guy in front of him was definitely not a good person. Especially when he saw the other invigilators looking at him with sympathy. Long Yong immediately knew that something was wrong. This was the rhythm of dragging him to his place. If it was before, no matter what happened in the 3 peaks and 4 courtyards, it wouldn't matter to him. Even if he really entered the Heavenly Academy, would there be any other changes? To him, it was definitely not a bad choice. But what's with this inexplicable panic? It seems like I'll be in danger the moment I go in. What's with this premonition? Can I not come? Even if I have to withdraw from the Cloud Mist Island Disciple competition, I won't go with you, okay? Subconsciously, Long Yong took a step back. He really had a premonition that he was going to die. Chapter 4183. Can I not go? Long Yong said carefully. He really didn't want to get involved with this so-called Boss Jiang. One look was enough to tell that this guy wasn't a good person, but now it seemed like he had no choice at all. Didn't you hear what he said before? He didn't give you a chance to refuse and let you go with him. Thinking of this, Long Yong wanted to turn around and escape. Too scary. This place is too scary. Bang! He felt a heavy blow on his back. Before he could calm down, Long Yong felt dizzy. After that, he started to become blurry, and only saw a figure appear. He grabbed his ankles, which was like dragging a dead dog. Speechless, almost all the immortals and cultivators were speechless at this moment, looking at the 2 people who were playing tricks in front of them. Yes, that middle-aged man was also playing tricks. They heard of people forcefully taking people. This kind of thing might not be uncommon in this place. But there really wasn't anyone who would force someone like this. Who would directly beat someone to the point that he couldn't resist and directly drag him away. Many people began to feel sad for Long Yong. You have nothing better to do, so you courted death here. Now look at you. Someone finally taught you a lesson, right? Evil people will be tortured by evil people. Don't do anything shameful, otherwise, if you meet someone stronger than you might end up like Long Yong. It might seem like you are in the limelight, but in the future, you might not be able to bear such a thing. Thinking of this, many people began to shake their heads. It's better not to think about it. This guy's ability to court death was stronger than all the new disciples here combined. What else could he say? Long Yong, who wanted to cry but had no tears, was dragged into a huge courtyard. This was where the headquarters of the Heavenly Tao Academy was located. Along the way, many new disciples were surprised when they saw him. This guy's entrance style was quite unique. He was dragged in like a dead dog, and his face was full of reluctance. Since when did the Heavenly Tao Academy become like this? Some of the older disciples were already used to this. Others might not be able to do such a thing, but Boss Jiang, what kind of things couldn't he do? It wouldn't be strange if they dragged in a new disciple today and a super prodigy tomorrow. He directly threw Long Yang into a single suite. This guy didn't even look at Long Yang. With a wave of his hand, a token and a storage bag appeared in Long Yang's bosom. He said, "This is your identity token at the Heavenly Academy. Your identity information and your contribution points at the Cloud Mist Island will all be issued through this token. There are basic Earth Immortal cultivation methods in the storage bag, plus some scattered spirit stones for you to use. If there's anything you need, go to the straw hut in the backyard to find me. Of course, if you ignore me, you still have to report to me 3 days later. If you don't, you know the consequences." It was just a simple smile, but Long Yang's hair stood on end. It was his bad luck to meet such an unreasonable guy. After some simple messages, Long Yang finally accepted his fate. He had no choice but to accept his fate. In such an environment, he did not want to be beaten up again. He was not as strong as him, and he was as shameless as him. What else could he do? Such a person could easily take your life in a matter of minutes if he found you an eyesore and caused some trouble. Just bear with it. At least, it seemed that Boss Jiang didn't have any bad intentions towards him. When Long Yang's spirit entered the token, he immediately felt the message inside. So far, he didn't have any contribution points. This was something that could only be obtained by accepting missions or exchanging at the Cloud Mist Island. 100 low-grade spirit stones for 1 contribution point. What a scam. Thinking about it carefully, his 500 low-grade spirit stones could only be exchanged for 4 or 5 contribution points. Long Yang realized that he was still very poor. Very poor. I have to find a way to earn money. Subconsciously, he began to think of many ways to earn money. It was not so easy to get his hands on such a thing. But on second thought, in a place like the Cloud Mist Island, the new disciples might not have a lot of low-grade spirit stones, but the old disciples probably had a lot. With a little bit of effort and some tricks, it wouldn't be difficult to earn low-grade spirit stones or even contribution points. He threw the token down and began to open the storage bag. Well, there were a few sets of cultivation techniques for Earth Immortals and some basic resources. Not even a single hair more. It seemed that this guy was really as stingy as he had shown. Bone tempering technique? He picked up a cultivation technique and began to read it. Generally speaking, there were very few fixed and rare cultivation techniques before the Sky Immortal level. Human immortals absorbed immortal chi. As long as they understood the rules and routes of the immortal chi in their body, everyone's cultivation method was similar. Cultivation techniques that had been made public would naturally not be precious. As for Earth Immortals, they were mostly bone tempering at this stage. Naturally, this bone tempering technique was also not rare. Only when one reached the Sky Immortal level and began to understand Tao and have a rapid increase in combat power would each immortal choose different cultivation techniques according to their physique and cultivation methods. Bone tempering techniques were essentially the same. Even though there were some differences, the effects were not that different. Of course, if one did not have the slightest background and focused on building a car behind closed doors, especially when there was no bone tempering technique, it would be very easy for one to go berserk. The cultivation method of immortals is to transform into a human body and start to cultivate. The entire human body has a total of 206 bones, which can be roughly divided into 4 major categories: limbs, torso, spine, and skull. The method of bone tempering is similar, but the order is different. Generally speaking, the order is limbs, torso, spine, and finally skull. Successfully tempering one of these major categories means that you will be promoted by a small realm. Those who successfully temper all the bones are the limit of an Earth Immortal. However, there are very few who can temper all 206 bones. There are only a few in the entire Cloud Island. It seems that the cultivation method of this Earth Immortal is really a bit special. Long Yang murmured to himself, "Which one should I start with first? Right now, my signature move is the Iron Head art. Should I temper my skull first? Can I exert the greatest power in this way?" He did as he said. He began to mobilize the immortal qi and his own qi according to the operation method in the bone tempering technique. Little by little, it entered the skulls. Suddenly, his head began to burst out a ray of golden light. Something unexpected happened. Chapter 4184. Snatch it! Old Man Dumie was the first to fly out. He released his poison qi, which spread into the surroundings. This was a very direct method to prevent others from approaching. What Old Man Dumie released was his ultimate poison. Ordinary people would find it very difficult to approach. Even experts at the 9th heavenly layer of Earth Source like Zhao Ba and Ai Hui would not be willing to touch it. Even if they had the strength to resist the poison, they would have to spend most of their energy to resist it. This would lead to a certain loss in battle strength. However, Old Man Dumie was in his peak state. Under the interference of the poison, the dragon bone spear would definitely belong to him. Attack! We can't let him take such a good item. Zhao Ba also rushed out. He was now like a mad dog, daring to bite anyone. Humph! You dare to snatch it from me? Old Man Dumie snorted coldly. He unleashed his divine might, conjuring a huge pitch-black hand. The hand was covered in poison. It seemed to cover the sky, directly enveloping the dragon bone spear. This preemptive strike was truly amazing. It prevented others from approaching. The dragon bone spear was within his grasp. Old Man Dumie already smiled. In his opinion, as long as he obtained the dragon bone spear, no one would dare to snatch it from him. It would undoubtedly be like snatching food from a tiger's mouth. In the entire land of exiles, there was no one who would dare to snatch something from him. However, just when Old Man Dumie thought that victory was in his grasp and that he was about to obtain the dragon bone spear, a figure suddenly broke through the obstacles like a gust of wind. Even Old Man Dumie's poison could not affect the figure at all. Pah! A dragon claw grabbed the dragon bone war spear before extermination poison Old Man could. In the next moment, the figure flickered and appeared 100 meters away, causing Old Man Dumie's hand to miss. The other great evildoer's efforts were all in vain. Who is it? Old Man Dumie was flustered and exasperated. He was the first to roar. Everyone looked at the figure. Who else could it be but Jiang Chen? Jiang Chen held the dragon bone spear in his hand. The source dragon in his body became restless again. Even the dragon bone spear trembled violently, as if it was resonating with Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen could feel an incomparably vigorous energy from the dragon bone combat spear. It was the energy of origin. The origin of this energy was the same as Jiang Chen's. Without guessing, Jiang Chen could tell that this was the treasure of the cosmic dragon. Jiang Chen had a feeling that if he could refine this dragon bone combat spear, he would be able to unleash a tremendous amount of power. With this spear in his hand, he would be able to kill the 10 evildoers with ease. However, he still needed some time to refine the dragon bone battle spear. Although his bloodline was very suitable for refining the dragon bone battle spear, it was his first time coming into contact with the items of the universe dragon. He still needed some time to get used to it. Jiang Chen, it's you. Zhao Ba's eyes widened. His eyeballs were about to pop out of their sockets. He hated Jiang Chen the most right now. Whenever Jiang Chen's face appeared before him, Zhao Ba would lose his mind. His hatred for Jiang Chen had reached the point where he was gnashing his teeth. Little bastard. Hand over the dragon bone spear. Otherwise, I will let you experience all the pain in the world. Old Man Dumie was flustered and exasperated. He was the leader of the evildoers. In this land of exile, no one had ever dared to snatch something from him. The dragon bone spear was just about to fall into his hands when a brat suddenly appeared out of nowhere. How could Old Man Dumie not be furious? Brat, this is not something you can touch. Evil Hui also spoke up. The evildoers unleashed their auras. Torrential waves of aura surrounded Jiang Chen. It was like an inescapable net, not giving Jiang Chen any chance. Damn! Has this Jiang Chen gone crazy? He still dares to step forward to snatch the dragon bone spear? He really doesn't know what's good for him. Right now, Zhao Ba is looking for Jiang Chen everywhere, wanting to kill him. If I were him, I would run as far away as I can while the evildoers are fighting over the dragon bone spear. Yet, this brat came knocking on my door. He must be sick in the head. Offending Zhao Ba is not enough. Now, he even wants to offend Old Man Dumie as well. It's over. This brat is snatching food from the tiger's mouth. He will die for sure. His actions have offended all the evildoers. In the land of exile, the prestige of the evildoers is inviolable. Whoever dares to do so will die. Jiang Chen has offended all the evildoers in one go. How can he survive? That's right. I don't know what this brat is thinking. He still dares to jump out at a time like this. The Dragon Palace has opened so many times. Very few people have dared to fight against the evildoers. That's because those who have fought against the evildoers have all died. Many people were shocked. Clearly, no one had expected that Jiang Chen would still dare to jump out at a time like this. It would not be an exaggeration to describe the situation before them as an inescapable net. In such a situation, there was no chance of escape. Everyone, I'm sorry. This dragon bone spear is mine. As the saying goes, the most precious treasure of the world belongs to those who are capable. If you can't snatch it, you can only blame yourselves for not being able to do so. Jiang Chen boasted shamelessly, not giving any face to the evildoers. Of course, there was no need for Jiang Chen to give any face to the evildoers. In Jiang Chen's eyes, these evildoers were nothing but trash. The so-called 10 great evildoers was just a title they gave themselves. Once they left the land of exile, they were nothing. Furthermore, they were fundamentally different from the innocent people who came in. They committed heinous crimes outside and were guilty of many crimes, which was why they were exiled. To put it bluntly, even if the door to the land of exile was opened, none of them would be willing to walk out. Instead of being beaten up by everyone outside, they would rather live a carefree life here and be high and mighty kings. Little B****, do you think that you can have the dragon bone spear just because you have it? It seems like you don't understand your own strength at all. Evil Hui said, Brat, give me the dragon bone spear. I guarantee that you will not have to worry about anything in the land of exile. Old man Mia Poison extended his hand. His expression changed faster than the flip of a book. Just a moment ago, he was gnashing his teeth at Jiang Chen. Now he was offering an olive branch. Give it to you? Old Poison, how can trash like you be qualified to have such a sacred item? Jiang Chen sneered, not giving any face to old man Mia Poison. Fine, I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. I'll kill you now. Let's see how you take the dragon bone spear. Old man Mia Poison's expression changed once more. His fury soared. No one had ever dared to speak to him like this. He wanted to see just what gave this reckless fellow the guts to be so arrogant. Even if he didn't have the dragon bone spear, just what Jiang Chen had said was enough for old man Mia Poison to kill him. Chapter 4185. Old Poison Extermination. Let me kill him. I won't let you snatch this battle spear away. I only want his life. Zhao Ba was the first to attack. His hatred soared to the heavens. As long as he could kill Jiang Chen, there was nothing else he desired. A monstrous aura floated in the void. Zhao Ba attacked, using all his strength. He had seen how powerful Jiang Chen was and knew that Jiang Chen had a way to escape. Therefore, this time, he didn't want to give Jiang Chen the slightest chance. Haha, I'm done playing with you. Jiang Chen laughed, not putting Zhao Ba in his eyes at all. After all, with a heaven-defying divine tool like the sky-ascending stairway, Jiang Chen couldn't find anyone to fear. Only Star-Lord level experts could restrict his movements. Jiang Chen naturally wasn't a match for Zhao Ba and Old Poison Extermination. After obtaining the Dragon Bone Battle Spear, he immediately used the sky-ascending stairway, wanting to escape. No matter how chaotic this place was, it had nothing to do with him. However, when Jiang Chen used the sky-ascending stairway, his expression suddenly changed. The sky-ascending stairway that had always been successful in the past had lost its effect at this moment. No, rather than saying that it had lost its effect, it was more accurate to say that the sky-ascending stairway had been restricted by some mysterious power. And this mysterious power came from the mysterious dragon palace behind him. Damn! I'm going to fail miserably. Jiang Chen almost coughed out a mouthful of blood. Something unexpected happening to the sky-ascending stairway was simply asking for Jiang Chen's life. These guys in front of him weren't easy to deal with. Let alone the others, this Zhao Ba was determined to kill him. Seeing that Zhao Ba's attack was about to reach him, the sky-ascending stairway was useless. Just as Jiang Chen was about to reach a dead end, the Dragon Bone Battle Spear in his hand moved restlessly once more. A dragon-shaped pillar of light suddenly rippled out from the dragon bone battle spear. The direction of the pillar of light wasn't Zhao Ba, but the dragon palace behind him. Next, Jiang Chen was pulled by the dragon-shaped pillar of light. With a swoosh, he actually entered the dragon palace and disappeared along with the dragon bone battle spear. Rumble, powerful energy fluctuations surged out. Zhao Ba had used all his strength to attack, but all of his attacks hit nothing but air, causing the void to tremble. However, in the end he had not achieved his goal. He had not been able to injure Jiang Chen in the slightest. What? Zhao Ba turned pale with fright as he stared at the door of the mysterious dragon palace in shock. For a moment, he couldn't react. In other words, Zhao Ba had never expected that Jiang Chen would be able to enter the dragon palace. Of course, Zhao Ba was not the only one who was shocked. Everyone, including the 10 evildoers, looked at the dragon palace in shock. F***CK, he actually went in. How is this possible? This dragon palace clearly has a powerful restriction that prevents outsiders from entering. It must be because of the battle spear. This guy is really lucky. It's hard to say whether it's a blessing or a curse. Don't forget how many powerful demonic beasts walked out of the dragon palace just now. In my opinion, Jiang Chen will be in danger once he enters the dragon palace. Many people began to discuss and express their opinions. In the face of this mysterious dragon palace, no one dared to make a firm conclusion. Most of them were just guessing. Haha, you're all wrong. In my opinion, the door of the dragon palace is really open and all the demonic beasts inside have run out. At this moment, there can't be any danger in the dragon palace. There are a lot of treasures in the dragon palace. I can't let that guy get away with it. I'm going in now and all the treasures inside will belong to me. Ai Hui burst into laughter. He had to admit that some people's thoughts were always so strange and different from the masses. After saying that, Ai Hui soared into the sky and turned into a beam of light, flying towards the door of the dragon palace. Bang! A beam of light rippled out from the gate of the dragon palace. Evil Radiance left quickly, but returned even faster. The beam of light hit Evil Radiance's body precisely. Even with Evil Radiance's strength, he was bounced back hundreds of feet. Barf! A mouthful of blood spurted out from Ai Hui's mouth. After being killed by the door of the dragon palace twice in a row, Ai Hui was so depressed that he almost fainted. F***CK Ai Hui rolled his eyes and couldn't help but curse. Why was he always the one getting hurt? Some people think they're infallible, but they don't know how ignorant their actions are. Someone mocked. What did you say? Ai Hui was furious. He was already depressed enough, and now there were people making sarcastic remarks around him. How could he live? What? Want to fight? That person was not afraid of Ai Hui. They were both 10 evildoers, and his strength was not below Ai Hui's. Moreover, Ai Hui had been injured by the door of the dragon palace twice, and his combat power had been reduced by half. To put it bluntly, if Ai Hui dared to fight him now, he had the absolute ability to make the land of exile only have 9 evildoers left. Ai Hui was angry, but he could only bear with it. The situation was different now, and it was not realistic for him to flaunt his strength as usual. In the end, he would not be able to gain any benefits, and he would even get into trouble. His life might even be in danger. In a place like the land of exile, there was no such thing as reason. In the distance, De Huang Dog saw everything and then disappeared. With his strength, he didn't dare to jump out at this time. In this troublesome place, once De Huang Dog appeared, the wrath of the 10 evildoers would definitely be transferred to him. Zhao Ba, in particular, would be happy to kill him. Now that Jiang Chen was not around and he had lost the assistance of the stairway to heaven, De Huang Dog was not a fool. He wouldn't come out at this time to court death. If there was anything depressing, it would be that he couldn't enter the dragon palace with Jiang Chen. De Huang Dog was also very interested in the mysterious dragon palace. Now that Jiang Chen went in alone, De Huang Dog didn't have to worry at all. He knew Jiang Chen's bloodline. Entering the dragon palace would not pose any danger to Jiang Chen. Instead, it would be a great opportunity for Jiang Chen. This opportunity would become the biggest turning point for Jiang Chen in the eternal world. De Huang Dog left, but he would secretly pay close attention to all the movements in the dragon palace. Once Jiang Chen came out, he would jump out again. Moreover, De Huang Dog's cultivation had already reached the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He also needed some time to stabilize his cultivation. Jiang Chen would probably not come out for a while in the Dragon Palace, so he could use this time to stabilize his cultivation. On the other side, in the mysterious Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen entered the Dragon Palace under the guidance of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. The inside of the Dragon Palace was extremely dark, and an invisible pressure filled the surroundings. Jiang Chen frowned, feeling like he could not move an inch. Not only that, the Dragon Palace was too dark. Jiang Chen's divine sense was even restricted, so he couldn't explore the situation inside. The only light came from the Dragon Bone Battle Spear in his hand. However, the light on the spear was extremely weak, so the area it could illuminate was extremely limited. Chapter 4186. A gust of cold wind blew past and Jiang Chen couldn't help shivering. Even his hand that was holding the Dragon Bone Battle Spear couldn't help but tremble. Jiang Chen looked around. There was nothing around him. It was as if Jiang Chen had entered a frozen space. It was indescribably gloomy. What's going on? Jiang Chen frowned. The scene in the Dragon Palace was completely different from what he had imagined. At the same time, Jiang Chen's heart was filled with doubts. This place was too mysterious. There were at least 8,000 demonic beasts that walked out of this place. In Jiang Chen's opinion, there should at least be a group of demonic beasts here. However, he didn't expect it to be so peaceful, like a real land of exiles. There wasn't even a strand of hair, let alone demonic beasts. Facing such an environment, the only explanation that Jiang Chen could think of was that all the demonic beasts had walked out. After all, the gate of the Dragon Palace was open just now. Buzz. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear buzzed and trembled violently in Jiang Chen's hand. It even transmitted a will. The will wasn't very clear, but Jiang Chen could roughly understand it through his bloodline. I know. The reason why I can't see the true appearance of the Dragon Palace is that I haven't been recognized by it. If I want to be recognized by it, I have to start with a Dragon Bone Battle Spear. As long as I refine this battle spear, I will be recognized by the Dragon Palace and even become its master. I don't know what the Dragon Palace is, but its level is definitely not low. This is because the Dragon Palace could confine the sky-climbing stairway. This is the first time this has happened since I got the sky-climbing stairway. Jiang Chen murmured to himself. He wasn't an idiot. His lifetime of cultivation had given him unparalleled experience. Even though he had entered this mysterious Dragon Palace, he didn't show any signs of panic. Through the will of the Dragon Bone Combat Spear, he quickly knew what he had to do next. He wouldn't allow the Dragon Palace to trap him in this place. The Dragon Bone Spear was shaking more and more violently, and the Golden Origin Dragon was circling around the spear, clearly very interested in it. Alright, I'll refine this Dragon Bone Battle Spear first and gain the recognition of the Dragon Palace. Then, I'll be able to see the foundation of the Dragon Palace. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He immediately sat down with his legs crossed, placed the Dragon Bone Spear in front of him, and began to refine it. As for what was going on outside, Jiang Chen was not worried at all. As the saying went, if it had nothing to do with you, he would just let it go. No matter how chaotic the land of exile was, it had nothing to do with him. There was no one here worth his attention. As for Big Yellow, Jiang Chen wasn't worried about him at all. This dog was an old fox, very cunning, and had many ways to protect himself. If he hid himself, even if all the great warriors of the land of exiles were dispatched, they still wouldn't be able to find him. When the dragon transformation skill was unleashed, the blood in Jiang Chen's body began to boil. After the evolution of the dragon transformation skill, the bloodline in Jiang Chen's body was no different from the bloodline of the Universe Dragon, or even more powerful. Under Jiang Chen's control, the Golden Origin Dragon entered the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. In an instant, the Dragon Bone Battle Spear shone brightly, and its aura soared into the sky, causing the entire Dragon Palace to shake violently. The Dragon Bone Battle Spear contained the extremely noble bloodline of the Universe Dragon. This was definitely a weapon of an expert of the Universe Dragon, and its level was unfathomable. However, this Dragon Bone Battle Spear had been sealed. At its peak, it would not have been weaker than existences like the sky-climbing stairway. Because of Jiang Chen's bloodline, the Golden Origin Dragon quickly gained the recognition of the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. As a result, the first step of refining the Dragon Bone Battle Spear was very smooth for Jiang Chen. Even so, with Jiang Chen's current ability, it was not an easy task to completely refine the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. This refining process lasted for half a month. During this half a month, the northernmost area was still filled with people. The 10 evildoers appeared to be very patient, and none of them left. As for the demonic beasts that escaped from the Dragon Palace, although they fled to places not far from the land of exile, they did not cause too much of a stir. That brat Jiang Chen has been in the Dragon Palace for half a month. Why hasn't he come out yet? Could he have died in there? What are we waiting for here? I'm afraid there won't be a good show to watch. What do you know? The Dragon Palace has been floating in the sky and has not sunk. This means that there will be more changes. Don't you know the mysteries of the Dragon Palace? As long as the Dragon Palace does not disappear, there is a need to wait. Otherwise, do you think the 10 evildoers have nothing better to do? That's right. Let's continue to wait. If Jiang Chen comes out from inside, I'm afraid he will become the target of the 10 evildoers immediately. This guy stole the battle spear of Crippling Poison. Crippling Poison's face has been gloomy for half a month. Many people were talking about it. The 10 evildoers were ready for battle. So far, no one had given up on the Dragon Palace. The Dragon Palace had long become the most symbolic place in the land of exile. As long as the Dragon Palace existed, there might be changes. The 10 evildoers would not miss it, and neither would the experts in the land of exile. After all, in the land of exile, people did not have much to do on normal days. Instead of going back and doing nothing, they might as well wait and watch the show. At this moment, in the Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen had completely refined the Dragon Bone Battle Spear. Dragon blood actually seeped out from the spear. The energy in the dragon blood is so dense. This is the reward the Dragon Bone Battle Spear gave me. If I refine the dragon blood, my cultivation will rise by at least 2 levels, reaching the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Also, refining the dragon blood will be a good time to test whether my bloodline is noble or the universe dragons. Jiang Chen's eyes shone brightly. The dragon blood was a treasure among treasures. Even the knowledgeable Jiang Chen could not help but lick his lips. Without any hesitation, Jiang Chen directly swallowed the dragon blood. Perhaps only Jiang Chen could swallow it so ferociously. If it was anyone else, they might not even be able to obtain the dragon blood's recognition. Just the energy contained in the dragon blood was enough to make their bodies explode. However, this situation did not exist for Jiang Chen. Jiang Chen's bloodline was enough to suppress everything. Even the essence blood of the universe dragon had to submit to it. Boom! As the dragon blood entered Jiang Chen's body, a violent energy immediately wreaked havoc in Jiang Chen's body. It filled Jiang Chen's limbs and bones. The energy of the dragon blood was extremely domineering. It wanted to display its nobility in Jiang Chen's body. Chapter 41-87. Upon seeing this, Jiang Chen heaved a sigh of relief. Facts had proven that the true dragon bloodline in his body was the noblest bloodline in the heavens and earth. Even the high and mighty cosmic dragon couldn't be compared to it. In front of his bloodline, even the cosmic dragon had to surrender. This was probably the reason why the Dragon Bone Spear had chosen him. Buzz. The Dragon Bone Spear began to tremble once again. It felt an unprecedented intimacy towards Jiang Chen. The spear constantly revolved around Jiang Chen's body. At that moment, Jiang Chen had completely become the spear's master. At the same time, violent energy wreaked havoc within Jiang Chen's body. Jiang Chen's cultivation broke through to the 4th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm in an instant and continued to advance triumphantly. He broke through to the 5th heavenly layer and only stopped when he reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer. In this state, Jiang Chen was brimming with confidence. In his draconified state, he was invincible in the land of exiles. Even the 10 great villains were not his opponent. Even the most powerful old man of poison was nothing in front of Jiang Chen. In reality, in Jiang Chen's eyes, the old man of poison was the least of his worries. This was because the old man of poison was best at using poison. Jiang Chen was immune to poison, so the old man of poison, who had lost his advantage in poison, was truly unable to withstand a single blow from Jiang Chen. Swish. Just when Jiang Chen became the master of the Dragon Bone Spear and successfully reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the scenery in the Dragon Palace suddenly changed. The originally dark environment suddenly became extremely bright. Dazzling light filled the entire place, turning it into a completely different country. At the same time, a beam of divine light appeared. The divine light squirmed like it was alive, appearing above Jiang Chen's head before entering Jiang Chen's body with a swish. As the divine light enveloped his body, Jiang Chen's body shook violently and his mind became infinitely clearer. The divine sense that was originally restricted was also released at this moment. The entire scene in the Dragon Palace could be seen clearly at a glance. With a move of his body, Jiang Chen could walk to any place in the Dragon Palace. This was his backyard, and he, Jiang Chen, had obviously become the real owner of the Dragon Palace. Asterisk roar. Asterisk a tiger's roar reverberated in the void, and a black tiger covered in black armor appeared. This black tiger looked exactly the same as the black tiger that had appeared in the land of exile and had been killed by the 10 evildoers. However, this black tiger looked more realistic. With a flash, the black tiger arrived beside Jiang Chen, turning into a middle-aged man in black armor. The man carried the Tiger King's plate, and his body was as sturdy as a metal tower. The black tiger's cultivation had already reached the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, infinitely close to the heavenly Source Realm. Moreover, the black tiger's bloodline was extremely wondrous. Although his cultivation was only at the peak of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source Realm, Jiang Chen had reason to believe that even ordinary first heavenly layer heavenly source experts would not be the black tiger's opponent. Jiang Chen's face was calm. He wasn't nervous at all when he saw Black Tiger walking towards him, because he didn't sense any hostility from Black Tiger. Perhaps, he would need to learn all the information about the Dragon Palace from Black Tiger. The Black Tiger stopped near Jiang Chen and bowed deeply towards Jiang Chen. The Black King greets Master. Master? Jiang Chen furrowed his brows. That's right. The one who has obtained the recognition of the Dragonbone Spear is the master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace has been exiled for 3,000 years. The new master has finally arrived, said the Black King, clearly rather excited. Is the Buddha Prison Palace the name of the Dragon Palace? Asked Jiang Chen. The Dragon Palace had the word prison in it, and it seemed to be a prison. It was not as simple as he had imagined. That's right. I will explain everything about the Buddha Prison Palace to Master, because from this moment onwards, you are the master of the Buddha Prison Palace, said the Black King. Jiang Chen nodded and prepared to listen attentively. Jiang Chen was very interested in the Dragon Palace. 3,000 years ago, our patriarch offended the Eternal Lord and was suppressed by the Eternal Lord. In fact, the Eternal Lord was afraid of the Buddha Patriarch's talent and was afraid that the Buddha Patriarch's continued growth would threaten his position as the Eternal Lord. Therefore, he found an excuse to attack the Buddha Patriarch. The Eternal Lord exiled the Empyrean Buddha Palace and it became the Buddha Prison Palace. The members of the Buddha clan were all sealed here and our cultivation was exploited. In the Buddha Prison Palace, our cultivation could not grow in the slightest for the rest of our lives. The entire Buddha clan was cursed by the Eternal Lord. My cultivation has been declining for the past 3,000 years, and not long ago, it fell from the heavenly source realm to the earthly source realm. The Black King's face was filled with sorrow. The only way to break the curse is to find a new master for the Buddha Prison Palace. Today, you are finally here. The Buddha Patriarch once served the Eternal Lord, and I am not a member of the Dragon Clan. I am just a soldier under the Patriarch. Apart from the Patriarch, the entire Dragon Clan has been implicated. I reckon that the Universe Dragon Clan won't have an easy time in the past 3,000 years. Sigh. The Black King's eyes reddened as he spoke. He recalled how mighty the Buddha army was in the past. The 3 words Buddha army had made the eternal world tremble. But now, they had been exiled to such a remote place, where they were neither human nor ghost. Although the Black King's words were vague, Jiang Chen could still understand the gist of it. This was the tragic story of an unparalleled figure that had implicated too many people. The Black King and the demonic beasts that had been sent out had all followed the Buddha army in the past, and their strength had been far greater than that at their peak. In the past 3,000 years, the Buddha Prison Palace had weakened their cultivation. In Jiang Chen's opinion, the Black King before him was most likely a Star Lord at his peak. The black tiger that went out earlier was your clone, right? Jiang Chen asked. That's right. The Black King's eyes lit up, and the way he looked at Jiang Chen couldn't help but change a little. To be honest, the Black King was extremely disappointed when he first saw the new master of the Buddha Prison Palace. The Buddha Prison Palace was so powerful and supreme, but the new master was actually an Earth Source Realm kid. But now, Jiang Chen could see through his clone at a glance. This was enough to show that the person before him had some ability. Of course, How could he be chosen by the Dragon Bone Battle Spear? The Dragon Bone Battle Spear was the life weapon of the Buddha army. Chapter 4188. Jiang Chen already had some understanding of the Buddha prison palace. It was the treasure of a supreme expert in the eternal world. It might even be comparable to the stairway to heaven. Now that he had become the master of the Dragon Palace, he would be like a fish in water in the eternal world in the future. Black King, are you the only one in the Dragon Palace now? Jiang Chen asked. Of course not. Those who left before could not withstand the curse of the Eternal Lord and lost their souls. They have completely lost their consciousness, which is why they could escape from the Dragon Palace. This is also the only way to escape from the Dragon Palace. Under the curse, they can completely lose themselves and leave this place. Those of us who have not lost our consciousness and ourselves have been waiting for the master's arrival. Now that the Dragon Palace has a new master, the curse will naturally be removed. We have waited for this day for a long time. The Black King said excitedly. After saying that, his aura suddenly fluctuated. Rumbling sounds could be heard in the Dragon Palace. Silhouettes appeared from different directions. Some of them were demonic beasts in human form, some were in demonic beast form, and some were elves. Jiang Chen scanned through the palace with his divine sense and found that there were exactly 10,000 of them. Why haven't you greeted the master yet? The Black King said to the thousands of demonic beasts. Greetings, master. The thousands of demonic beasts cried out in unison and knelt on the ground neatly. Jiang Chen was shocked. This scene was a little too shocking. Without a doubt, these great demonic beasts were all in the 9th heaven of the Earth Source realm. Moreover, according to what the Black King had said, their former cultivation must have been far higher than this. Under the curse of the Eternal Lord, they had been weakened for 3,000 years to reach their current realm. Black King, can your cultivation still be improved? Jiang Chen asked. His heart couldn't calm down at the moment. The land of exiles was nothing but trash in his eyes. The 10 evildoers couldn't even withstand a single blow from him. If he released all of these demons, the land of exiles would be littered with corpses in an instant, and not even the fowls and dogs would be spared. What made Jiang Chen even more excited was that if these people could gradually recover their cultivation, the army of 10,000 beasts would be of great use. If 1% of the demonic beasts here could advance by 1 level, they would be at the 1st heaven of the heavenly source realm. 101st heaven of the heavenly source realm would be equivalent to tens of thousands of 9th heaven of the earthly source realm. Jiang Chen would lead the army of 10,000 demonic beasts to the Sky Feather Mountain. The Feather Clan of the Crimson East region would not be able to resist. Master, as long as the curse is broken, our cultivation will slowly recover. Give me 3 days at most, and I'll be able to reach the heavenly source stage. There are at least 1,000 demonic beasts on the 1st floor of the Dragon Palace who can reach the heavenly source stage within a month. The Black King said casually, but one could feel that the Black King wasn't bragging at all. This number was actually quite conservative. What? Jiang Chen's eyes suddenly lit up. He tried his best not to laugh out loud in excitement. 1,000 heavenly source demonic beasts would flatten the Sky Feather Mountain. From now on, everything left behind by the Buddha Patriarch belongs to Master, including our lives. The Black King is willing to go through fire and water for Master. The Black King clasped his fists at Jiang Chen as he spoke in a powerful voice. Very good. Black King, let me ask you, what are the upper 8 floors of the Dragon Palace? Why can't I open them now? Asked Jiang Chen. Although the assistance of the demonic beasts and the Dragonbone battle spear were already a great fortune for Jiang Chen naturally wanted to know what the upper 8 floors were since he had become the master of the Dragon Palace. If the 1st floor of the Dragon Palace already had such great benefits, he believed that the higher he went, the more benefits there would be. This one? This subordinate doesn't know either. According to this subordinate's guess, the people locked up there are probably the powerful figures under the Buddha Patriarch's command. The people locked up on each floor should be different. As for Master not being able to open the 2nd floor, it should be because Master's cultivation is still insufficient. The upper floors of the Dragon Palace should open automatically as Master's cultivation increases. But Master doesn't need to worry. Although the experts on the upper floors can't come out right now, their cultivation will no longer be weakened because the curse has been lifted. Even if they can't leave the Dragon Palace, it won't affect their recovery. Every time Master opens a floor, the experts that come out will be directly used by Master, said the Black King. Hearing this, Jiang Chen couldn't help nodding his head. At the same time, he couldn't help sighing. He was once the master of a plane, but his cultivation was so low that he couldn't even open the second floor of the Dragon Palace. However, Jiang Chen wasn't discouraged at all. The more it was like this, the more excited he was. The Dragon Palace had only opened a floor, which meant that he still had a long way to go in the eternal world. This was another path to rule the world, and this was what Jiang Chen yearned for the most. Black King, you guys will continue to cultivate in the Dragon Palace. You guys can only come out when I need you guys. Without my order, no one is allowed to move. Jiang Chen said loudly to the Black King and the demonic beasts. Yes, master. The demonic beasts responded in unison. Jiang Chen was like a sovereign, waving his hand to command the world. Master, rest assured. You're the master of the Dragon Palace now. Without your order, we can't leave even if we want to, said the Black King. Jiang Chen nodded. He was very satisfied with the performance of the Black King and the demonic beasts. Then, he walked out of the Dragon Palace. The moment Jiang Chen walked out of the Dragon Palace, the enormous Dragon Palace that was originally floating above the sea suddenly shrunk rapidly. In the blink of an eye, it had become a small dot of light, completely disappearing from the land of exiles. The Dragon Palace turned into a speck of dust and entered Jiang Chen's body. It could change its size at will and could be summoned by Jiang Chen at will. Look, the Dragon Palace has disappeared. Oh my God, this mysterious Dragon Palace has been in the land of exile for God knows how many years. It suddenly disappeared as if it was never there. What happened? It must have something to do with Jiang Chen. Where's Jiang Chen? Look, Jiang Chen has appeared. This guy must have had an amazing encounter. Not only did he not die after entering the Dragon Palace, but he also made the Dragon Palace disappear. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must have something to do with Jiang Chen. It must be Jiang Chen. He got all the treasures in the Dragon Palace. That must be it. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace and the reappearance of Jiang Chen had undoubtedly set off a storm in the land of far north. Everyone was shocked. The mysterious Dragon Palace had existed in the land of far north for God knows how long. When the 10 evildoers appeared, the Dragon Palace was already there. Now that the Dragon Palace had suddenly disappeared and Jiang Chen was the first person to enter the Dragon Palace in countless years, no one would believe that there was no connection between the two. Chapter 4189. Whoosh. Countless experts surrounded Jiang Chen, led by the 10 evildoers. From the looks of it, even if Jiang Chen had 3 heads and 6 arms, he would still die here today. However, even in the face of such a scene, Jiang Chen was still calm and composed. There was even a hint of a smile on his face. Holy shit! This guy is still smiling? Why is he smiling? Is he looking down on us? Are we not afraid at all? We are the 10 evildoers. You should at least show a trace of fear and respect us. This matter concerns the dignity of the 10 evildoers. It is intolerable. Moreover, Old Man Miadu and Zhao Ba wanted to kill Jiang Chen. Looking at Jiang Chen's arrogant attitude that didn't put them in his eyes, Old Man Miadu and Zhao Ba were infuriated, especially Zhao Ba. He couldn't wait to tear Jiang Chen apart. Jiang Chen, hand over your life. Zhao Ba roared. Waves of qi surged around his body and he was about to attack Jiang Chen. He hated Jiang Chen to the bone. If he did not kill Jiang Chen, he would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Wait. Old Man Mia Poison stood in front of Zhao Ba. Old Man Mia Poison, what is the meaning of this? This kid is trying to snatch your battle spear. Zhao Ba was furious. He did not know why Old Man Mia Poison stopped him. The disappearance of the Dragon Palace must be related to this kid. He might have obtained the treasures in the Dragon Palace. So don't kill him for now. Let me ask him. Old Man Mia Poison said. He was clearly much calmer than Zhao Ba. Although he wanted to kill Jiang Chen, the treasures in the Dragon Palace still affected his heart. In his eyes, Jiang Chen's life was not as valuable as the treasures in the Dragon Palace. Hurry up and ask. After you ask, let me kill him. His life is mine. None of you can snatch it. Zhao Ba Lung said. This time, he had completely locked onto Jiang Chen's aura. With previous experiences, Zhao Ba knew that this guy was very cunning. This time, he must not give him a chance to escape. Jiang Chen couldn't help but shake his head when he saw how confident the two of them were. These two infamous villains in the land of exile didn't know that they were just like ants in his eyes. Not to mention the countless demons in the Dragon Palace who could kill them. Jiang Chen himself was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Chen was confident that he could kill them. Jiang Chen, let me ask you, why did the Dragon Palace disappear? The poison extermination old man looked at Jiang Chen and asked in a condescending tone. I naturally know why the Dragon Palace disappeared. But why should I tell you? Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. He just stood there and didn't even look at old man Dumie. This had undoubtedly deeply hurt old man Dumie's self-esteem. What kind of place was this? This was the land of exile. He was one of the top 10 evildoers, yet someone dared to speak to him in such a manner. This was the first time someone had spoken to him in such a manner. Brat, I advise you not to refuse a toast only to drink a forfeit. The poison extermination old man gnashed his teeth. It seemed that he had endured Jiang Chen for a long time. If it were not for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, the poison extermination old man would have directly killed Jiang Chen without Zhao Ba's help. I prefer to drink forfeit. What can you do to me? Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated and suddenly became sharp. The strength of a peak 5th heavenly layer earth source expert was released. It was many times stronger than when he entered the Dragon Palace. What a powerful aura. How did his cultivation increase so much all of a sudden? He must have obtained great benefits from the Dragon Palace. His cultivation has increased by 2 whole levels. This is too exaggerated. This is enough to prove that the disappearance of the Dragon Palace is related to him. We must make him hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace. The 10 evildoers all moved. When they saw Jiang Chen's great improvement in cultivation base, a blazing light emerged in their eyes. It was obvious that no one could improve their cultivation base so much in such a short period of time, unless they had encountered a heaven-shaking fortuitous encounter, and this fortuitous encounter must have come from the Dragon Palace that had disappeared. Jiang Chen's cultivation increase had aroused everyone's greed. Humph. Jiang Chen, don't be so ungrateful. There are so many people here today. Even if you have 3 heads and 6 arms, you won't be able to escape. The poison extermination old man coldly snorted. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. Jiang Chen's eyes lit up. He looked around and saw countless people charging over. Countless experts seemed to have their own intentions towards him. Jiang Chen ignored the poison extermination old man and said loudly, I'm in a good mood today, so I can give you a way out. Those who leave the northernmost area now can keep your lives. Those who stay behind will die. Don't blame me for being impolite later. I, Jiang Chen, never give a second chance. Now is the time for you to make your choice. Jiang Chen was like a king who ruled over all living beings. He was high and mighty, and he was insufferably arrogant. He didn't put anyone here in his eyes. His words caused another commotion. However, many people laughed mockingly, especially the 10 evildoers and the 9th heavenly layer earth source experts. They treated Jiang Chen as a joke. This was because Jiang Chen's words were just too funny. Jiang Chen did not stand a chance in this situation at all. No matter how heaven-defying Jiang Chen was, it was impossible for him to take on so many experts all by himself. Basically all the experts of the land of exiled were here. What could a single Jiang Chen amount to? What an idiot. Where does his confidence come from? Shameless boasting. I've never seen such an arrogant person before. However, arrogance also requires ability. A mere 5th heavenly layer earth source dares to challenge all the experts of the land of exiled. I really don't know where his confidence comes from. Confidence? In my opinion, he's a typical example of someone who's been hit by a door. He doesn't even know his own capabilities after entering the Dragon Palace. In my opinion, he's the one who truly doesn't know his place. Amidst the endless mockery, not a single person backed down. Jiang Chen shook his head helplessly when he saw this. He already knew that this would be the result. These people were all wicked beyond redemption. He would be dreaming if he wanted them to back down in the face of benefits. Since that was the case, Jiang Chen would not be polite at all, nor would he feel any psychological burden. In the distance, De Huang Dog had already appeared, but he did not charge forward. De Huang Dog was extremely shocked when he saw Jiang Chen's great increase in cultivation. Clearly, he had obtained great benefits in the Dragon Palace, which was why he had advanced 2 levels. This bastard's so confident. I'd like to see just what trump card he's got. De Huang Dog shook his head. He knew Jiang Chen's abilities. Although Jiang Chen had reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it would not be easy for him to defeat so many experts all by himself. However, with De Huang Dog's understanding of Jiang Chen must have obtained some powerful technique in the Dragon Palace, which was why he was so arrogant. Chapter 4190. Looks like there's nothing more to say, Lung Lung said. Originally, he wanted to force Jiang Chen to hand over the treasures in the Dragon Palace, but he never expected Jiang Chen to be so stubborn. Since that was the case, there was no point in talking any further. All he could do was capture Jiang Chen first and torture him until Jiang Chen begged him to hand over the treasures. When it came to torture, there were probably only a few people who were better than Old Man Mier in this aspect. He had countless poisons in his body, and any one of them could make one wish they were dead. I'll kill him first. Xiao Ba's aura fluctuated as he charged forward first. He had been waiting for this moment for far too long. Jiang Chen was completely unfazed by Xiao Ba's attack. He did not even glance at Xiao Ba. Just when Xiao Ba's attack was about to reach Jiang Chen, a pitch-black fist suddenly appeared out of nowhere and collided with Xiao Ba's hand. Xiao Ba's expression changed drastically. It was like a ferocious beast. Even with his strength, he was unable to block it. With a cracking sound, one of Xiao Ba's arms broke. Under the impact of this force, his entire body was pushed back 1,000 feet. Who's there? Xiao Ba bellowed. His expression was extremely ugly. One of his arms had been crippled, so he had lost at least half of his battle prowess. Xiao Ba refused to believe that the attack came from Jiang Chen. Even if Jiang Chen transformed, he would not necessarily possess such strength. Moreover, when the black fist appeared, it pulsed with a surging demon chi. It was clearly a great demon. Countless gazes looked over and saw black mist around Jiang Chen. A tower-like figure appeared. It was the Black King. Master. The Black King bowed towards Jiang Chen in an extremely respectful manner. Master. Everyone's expression changed. The 10 evildoers could all sense the Black King's strength. Although the Black King's presence was also at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, it was many times stronger than theirs. It was not a level that was infinitely close to the heavenly source stage, but a level that had stopped at the heavenly source stage. As one of the 10 great evils, Xiao Ba was already very powerful. In the entire land of exile, aside from old poison extermination, no one would dare say that they could defeat Xiao Ba. However, even someone as ferocious as Xiao Ba's arm had still been crippled by a single punch from the black-clothed man. Half of Xiao Ba's battle prowess had been destroyed. This was too frightening. Who is this person? What a familiar aura. It's the Black Tiger, the Black Tiger from before. Didn't we already kill it? Why did it appear again? No, he's much more powerful than the Black Tiger from before. They're not on the same level at all. I get it now. The one we killed before was probably only a clone of the Black Tiger. This is the main body. The Black Tiger is a demonic beast of Dragon Palace, so it looks like Jiang Chen has already obtained the recognition of Dragon Palace. That's why the Black Tiger calls him Master. God damn it, Jiang Chen has such a powerful helper. No wonder he's so arrogant and looks down on us. Humph. It's just a Black Tiger. Even if it's powerful, how powerful can it be? This is the land of exile, a place where heavenly source experts are not allowed. As long as the Black Tiger isn't a heavenly source expert, there's nothing for us to be afraid of. How can he fend off so many experts by himself? If that's all Jiang Chen has, he won't be able to change the outcome. That's right. It's just a Black Tiger. Do we have to be afraid of him if we work together? We killed his clone before, so we can kill his main body now. The 10 villains were all shocked. However, a single Black King was not enough to make them shrink back. They already had the experience of killing the Black Tiger's clone, and the 10 villains were not the only 9th Heavenly Layer Origin Realm experts present. There were at least 40 to 59th Heavenly Layer Origin Realm experts in the entire land of exile. With such a lineup, a mere Black Tiger was nothing. Even 2 Black Tigers would not be a problem if they joined forces. Jiang Chen, is this your trump card? Old Man Mie asked coldly. He remained very composed. My trump card is far from this. Everyone here will die today. There's no longer any value in the land of exile. I've already given you a chance, but you didn't cherish it. Don't expect me to give you a second chance, Jiang Chen said indifferently. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. The arrogance and confidence in his words were starting to make people feel afraid. This was because no matter how they looked at it, Jiang Chen did not seem like he was boasting. He was acting like he was telling the truth. Jiang Chen, you don't need to bluff. We didn't make it this far because we were scared, Evil Hui called out. He also gritted his teeth at Jiang Chen. His eyes were filled with envy and jealousy. He had wanted to enter the Dragon Palace wholeheartedly, but he had been hurt twice by the Dragon Palace in the past, only to fail in the end. What he had been dreaming of had ended up in the hands of someone as insignificant as Jiang Chen. How could Evil Hui feel at ease over this? Master, I'll listen to your orders, called out Evil Hui. He did not pay attention to the words of the others throughout the entire process. I said, none of you can live. Leave this old man to me. Jiang Chen said, pointing at old man Mie Mie. Jiang Chen had always been competitive. Since old man Mie Mie was the strongest expert in the land of exile, Jiang Chen was naturally interested. He had reached the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm through the Dragon Blood and the Dragon Bone Battle Spear, so it was time to test his strength. Old man Mie 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 was the most suitable person. Yes, master, the Black King replied, before waving his hand in the air. What happened next caused the expressions of everyone in the extreme north to change drastically. With a whoosh, a black mass of demon chi surged into the sky. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons had appeared at the same time. What? My God, why are there so many demonic beasts? Every single one of them is at the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. We're doomed. We're doomed. We're completely doomed. Jiang Chen wasn't bluffing at all. He actually had such a trump card to subdue so many demonic beast experts. 109th heavenly layer Earth Source experts. Every single one of them is no weaker than the 10 great villains. How are we supposed to fight this? For a time, everyone's faces were ashen, including the 10 great villains. The stronger one was, the more they could sense how powerful these demonic beasts were. Any one of them would be no weaker than them, or even stronger. How were they supposed to fight? They could only wait to be slaughtered. Chapter 4191. The situation began to change. This was an unprecedented turning point. The greatest turning point in the entire land of exiles. There had never been so many experts in the entire land of exiles, and they were all demonic beasts with powerful bodies. More importantly, these demonic beasts could not be compared to ordinary demonic beasts. Jiang Chen, who knew the inside story, had high hopes for these demonic beasts. After all, these demonic beasts were all once peerless geniuses. They had once stopped at even greater realms of cultivation. Many of them were even Star Lords. Jiang Chen, don't go overboard. We won't provoke you, so let us retreat, said one of the evildoers at this moment. Even though he was one of the 10 evildoers, he was truly afraid when faced with such a lineup. With their insight, they could obviously tell that these demonic beasts were just too powerful. There was no lack of demonic beasts among the 10 evildoers. The more demonic beasts there were, the more they could sense just how powerful the Black King and the others were. If they knew that there were not 100, but 10,000 demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace, they would probably all be scared out of their wits. They would not even have the courage to stand there and speak to Jiang Chen. They would definitely kneel and beg for mercy. It's too late for you to retreat now, Black King. Who knew how many massacres Jiang Chen had experienced? This was all child's play to him. He had already said before that he would never give people a second chance. He had already given these people a chance, but they did not know how to cherish it. Asterisk roar. Asterisk the Black King would definitely listen to Jiang Chen's orders. When he heard Jiang Chen's order, the Black King bellowed, producing an earth-shaking dragon's roar. He led 109th heavenly layer Earth Source demons and charged towards the group of people in a frenzy. Asterisk arg. Asterisk for a moment, blood-curdling screams filled the sky. Silhouettes could be seen everywhere. Many of them were filled with regret. They regretted that they didn't grasp the opportunity that Jiang Chen had given them. It was their greed that returned the favor. Who else could they blame for this? Wakaka, exciting, exciting. Lord Dog is coming. De Huang Dog cackled as he sped towards Jiang Chen. He had seen everything with his own eyes, so he naturally understood what kind of benefits Jiang Chen had obtained in the Dragon Palace. Asterisk roar. Asterisk when a great demon saw De Huang Dog heading towards Jiang Chen, It immediately charged towards De Huang Dog. De Huang Dog was so frightened that he couldn't help but curse. "Stop, we're on the same side," Jiang Chen hurriedly scolded. These demonic beasts in the Dragon Palace didn't know who De Huang Dog was. They were just following Jiang Chen's instructions. If they accidentally hurt De Huang Dog, Jiang Chen would regret it. "Yes, master." That great demon was shocked. He quickly dodged and charged towards the other side. These great demons were extremely brutal when it came to killing. In fact, this was very normal. One should know that they had once followed the Buddha clan's patriarch to battle all over the place and experienced countless massacres. Moreover, their killing intent was relatively dense. After being imprisoned for 3,000 years, they finally had the chance to walk out of the Dragon Palace and have such a carefree battle. To these demonic beasts, this battle was simply a feast. Naturally, they had to use this method of killing to vent the resentment that had accumulated for 3,000 years. "Little Chenzi, this is awesome. What is this Dragon Palace? How did you subdue those demonic beasts?" De Huang Dog came to Jiang Chen's side and said excitedly. Now, he no longer had to be afraid of anything in the land of exiles. With these demonic beasts as his subordinates, he could do whatever he wanted, and no one could stop him. Obviously, after today, the entire land of exiles would face a huge reshuffle. "I'll tell you later. Let me kill this old poison monster first." Jiang Chen patted De Huang Dog's head and turned into a dragon. With the heavenly dragon sword in his hand, he pointed it at Old Poison Monster. At this moment, Old Poison Monster was the most relaxed. Because of Jiang Chen's order, the Black King and the others did not attack Old Poison Monster. "Old Poison Monster, I'll give you a chance to live. As long as you defeat me, you can leave safely," Jiang Chen said. Hearing this, Old Poison Monster's eyes lit up. His originally ashen face could not help but ripple with a trace of splendor. "Are you serious?" Old Poison Monster obviously did not dare to believe it. After all, Jiang Chen had a great advantage. There was no need for him to negotiate. However, since Jiang Chen had given him such a chance, Old Poison Monster naturally had to grasp it. Moreover, Old Poison Monster was very confident. With his ability, he did not believe that Jiang Chen could be his opponent. Today, he was under the eaves, so he did not ask for anything else. As long as he could defeat Jiang Chen and keep his life, everything would be fine. As for the treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Poison Monster did not dare to think too much about it. With Jiang Chen's current overall strength, not to mention in the land of exiles, even in the Red East region, ordinary people would not dare to provoke him. "I mean what I say. As long as you can defeat me, you can leave," Jiang Chen said. He seemed to be even more confident than Old Poison Monster. Old Poison Monster was naturally powerful. In the eyes of others, he was an old poison that could not be provoked, but to Jiang Chen, who was immune to all poisons, Old Poison Monster's only advantage over Jiang Chen was cultivation. In terms of cultivation, Jiang Chen was currently at the peak of the earthly source realm. It did not seem difficult for him to kill ordinary 9th heavenly layer earthly source realm experts in his dragon transformation. "All right, I hope you mean what you say." Old Poison Monster's aura fluctuated. His entire body was filled with poison chi. He took the initiative to attack. He opened his mouth and a green poison arrow flew out, flying towards Jiang Chen. The speed of the poisonous arrow was extremely fast, but Jiang Chen's movement was even faster. He stretched out his dragon claw and grabbed the poisonous arrow in his hand. "Haha, Jiang Chen, aren't you a little too arrogant? You dare to grab my poison arrow with your bare hands? Explode!" Old Poison Monster laughed aloud. His face was filled with excitement. This was an unexpected surprise for him. After all, let alone a mere 5th heavenly layer earthly source expert, even a 1st heavenly layer heavenly source expert would not dare to grab his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Poison Monster knew just too well how terrifying the poison on the arrow was. Touching it would be life-threatening, not to mention the fact that the poison arrow could explode. Once it did, all the poison would spread and seep into Jiang Chen's body. It would be difficult for him to survive. Bang! With a roar from Old Poison Monster, the poison arrow exploded in Jiang Chen's hand. The green poison spread and drilled into Jiang Chen's body. "Jiang Chen, you're finished. As long as you admit defeat, kneel on the ground and beg me, as well as hand over the treasures you obtained from the Dragon Palace, I'll give you the antidote." Old Man Miedu was completely excited. This was a pleasant surprise for him, causing the greed in his heart to immediately erupt. Chapter 4192. To Old Man Destruction. This was too unexpected. His original intention was to save his own life, but he didn't expect Jiang Chen to be so stupid as to receive his poison arrow with his bare hands. Old Man Destruction couldn't help but be happy about Jiang Chen's suicidal behavior. As long as he could control Jiang Chen, he wouldn't need to be afraid no matter how many demon beasts Jiang Chen had. Perhaps Jiang Chen had some unique methods to tame these demon beasts, and if he could get his hands on this unique method, these demon beasts would have to bow down to him. Adding on the other treasures in the Dragon Palace, Old Man Destruction felt that spring had come for him. He started to fantasize about his beautiful life in the future. If he could leave the land of exiles through the mysterious Dragon Palace, with his current strength, who would he be afraid of? Wherever he went, he would be a powerhouse. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. Old Man Destruction's eyebrows danced as he laughed. He felt that he had reached the peak of his life. Old Man Destruction, it's too early for you to be happy. However, reality was always cruel. Jiang Chen's words shattered all of Old Man Destruction's fantasies. Old Man Miedu's body trembled. The smile on his face froze before it could fade away. He widened his eyes and looked at Jiang Chen, who was unscathed. Then, he rubbed his swollen eyes as if he had seen a ghost. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. There are a total of 81 kinds of rare poisons on my poison arrow. Apart from my unique antidote, no one can survive under the poison. How did you do it? Old Man Destruction's emotions changed several times. He had personally experienced the feeling of great sorrow and great joy, and then great joy and great sorrow. How could it be described as exciting? Most importantly, Jiang Chen's method overturned all of Old Man Destruction's previous knowledge. It completely shattered the confidence he should have had. You want to hurt me with this bit of poison? Old Man Destruction, you are really naive. Jiang Chen sneered. If he used the poison in his body, he would immediately let Old Man Destruction experience what it meant to give him a taste of his own medicine. However, Jiang Chen disdained using this method. He wanted to rely on his powerful combat power to kill Old Man Destruction. 25th Blade. The combat sword in Jiang Chen's hand surged. He didn't give Old Dumie any chance to react. The 25th sword rippled. Jiang Chen unleashed the union of man and sword. The destructive combat sword appeared in front of Old Dumie in a blink. 100 Poison Scepter. Old Man Miedu really could not figure out how Jiang Chen was immune to all poisons, but now was not the time to think. Jiang Chen's powerful attack had already arrived. Although he was only at the peak of the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, Jiang Chen's swordsmanship was just too powerful. Especially in his draconic transformation, he was basically invincible. Even an expert like Old Man Miedu felt pressured and threatened. In fact, Old Man Extermination's mentality had undergone a massive change. This change caused his battle power to be severely damaged. At the very least, it would be very difficult for him to unleash his peak battle power. Moreover, Old Man Destruction's most powerful technique was using poison. Now that this technique had lost its effect, Old Man Destruction had lost all of his advantages in front of Jiang Chen. He had become an ordinary 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm cultivator. The 100 Poison Scepter looked extremely ferocious. It was as black as ink and was covered with all kinds of poisonous creatures, snakes, scorpions, venomous insects, etc. A casual movement of the scepter would emit a pungent smell of blood and poisonous gas. It was very frightening. If it was an ordinary person, they wouldn't even dare to approach Old Man Destruction. Unfortunately, Jiang Chen was not afraid at all. His heavenly dragon sword rampaged around, allowing the poisonous gas to fill his body. Not only did it not cause any harm to Jiang Chen, it became Jiang Chen's nourishment instead. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the 25th blade collided with the 100 Poison Scepter with an unstoppable force. The scepter in Old Man Destruction's hand was shattered, causing Old Man Destruction to retreat dozens of meters. Asterisk wah. Asterisk Old Man Destruction spurted out a mouthful of blood. Even his eyes were bleeding. This result made him feel despair. Impossible. This is absolutely impossible. How could he be so strong? Old Man Destruction's heart was in despair. This was too scary. Although his 100 Poison Scepter was not a top-grade combat weapon, it shouldn't be that weak. But now, it couldn't even withstand a single strike from his opponent and was destroyed. Of course, he didn't know that the heavenly dragon sword was Jiang Chen's natal weapon. As Jiang Chen's cultivation increased, the heavenly dragon sword's grade and power also increased. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation was only at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, the heavenly dragon sword's grade had already reached the peak of the 3rd heavenly layer. It could even fight against ordinary 4th heavenly layer experts, let alone a scepter condensed from poison. 26th blade. Jiang Chen didn't care about this. He used the 26th blade of the limitless sword. Its power was many times stronger than the 25th blade. The sword firmly locked onto Old Man Destruction. Old Man Destruction's eyes widened. This was the first time in his life that he had sensed the aura of death. The feeling of being infinitely close to death was something he had never experienced before. Old Man Destruction knew that his doomsday had come. Even if he was unwilling, it was useless. He was the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exile for many years, but he was going to die in the land of exiled in the end. Pucci! Old Man Destruction had no way to dodge. Jiang Chen's sword pierced through his chest. Old Man Destruction's eyes began to lose focus. He looked at Jiang Chen in fear. Even until his death, he couldn't understand how a kid at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm could be so powerful. What he couldn't understand was why his poison, which made countless people tremble in fear, was completely ineffective against Jiang Chen. Unfortunately, Old Man Destruction was destined to die with questions in his mind. As the leader of the 10 evildoers who had dominated the land of exile for so long, he would never have imagined that he would die in the hands of a 5th heavenly layer Earth Source expert one day. It was a joke. Arg! Old Man Destruction died. The miserable cries continued on the other side. The Black King and the others were just too powerful, especially the Black King. Even the 10 evildoers were not his opponent. The arrogant and despotic evil Hui had his neck broken by the Black King in a single move. Jiang Chen could not help but sigh. From the strength of the Black King and the others, he could see just how powerful Longfutu had been in the past. Jiang Chen, Jiang Chen. On the other side, Zhao Ba was killed by a 9th heavenly layer Earth Source demon. Before he died, he shouted Jiang Chen's name and left this world with endless unwillingness. Zhao Ba was probably the most miserable person in the land of exiled. He had no chance to take revenge for his hatred. Before he died, the enemy he wanted to kill was standing nearby, but he was powerless to do anything. Chapter 4193. Zhao Ba was dead. The 10 villains were all dead. Many people had died in this battle. There was not a single 9th heavenly layer Earth Source expert left in the land of exiles. All of them had died without exception. There were still many people trembling in the extreme north. They knelt on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. In the end, Jiang Chen did not kill them all. Killing them would be meaningless to the land of exiles. This was a world that existed independently and was destined to have its own order. To this place, Jiang Chen was just a passerby. Black King, how much longer do you need before you can advance? Jiang Chen asked. 2 days. The Black King answered. How many can advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month? Jiang Chen continued to ask. 50 shouldn't be a problem. The Black King made a conservative estimate. He never boasted. 50 was just a conservative number. Obviously, there would be more than 50 people who could advance to the heavenly source realm in half a month. Very good. Then we'll leave the land of exiles in half a month. Jiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. He would give the feather race half a month to live. Half a month later, it would be the end of the feather race. Awesome, brother. If you bring 50 heavenly source experts back, the feather race will be scared to death. De Huang Dog's face was filled with excitement. However, he was still dumbfounded. He had no idea what had happened in the Dragon Palace. Why were these demonic beasts so powerful? Even their advancement could be calculated in time. One must know that there was a huge gap between the Earth Source realm and the Heavenly Source realm. For many cultivators, it was difficult to cross. Some people could not even reach this realm in their entire lives. This was also why the number of Heavenly Source experts in the Crimson East region was so limited. However, the demonic beasts around Jiang Chen could now mass-produce Heavenly Source experts. This was a little too ridiculous. Brother, what you see is only the surface. Let's go. I'll show you something more exciting. Jiang Chen grabbed a Huang dog's ear and entered the dragon palace in a flash. The Black King and the others also disappeared. When the people who were kneeling on the ground and crying for mercy saw Jiang Chen disappear, they all felt as if they had been granted amnesty. The feeling of taking a trip to the gates of hell was too exciting. Thank you for not killing me. Thank you for not killing me. Let's hurry up and leave this place. If Jiang Chen changes his mind and comes back, we'll still be dead. That's right. Let's leave quickly. The land of exile is in chaos, and all the experts are dead. This place will be reshuffled in the future. Everyone hurriedly fled for their lives. They didn't have the time to think about anything else. They were already lucky to be able to stay alive. Jiang Chen was just too frightening. After today's battle, Jiang Chen's name would be spread far and wide, and he would become a true legend in the land of exile. For countless years to come, Jiang Chen's legend would be passed down in the land of exile. Even if Jiang Chen was just a passerby, the process of his arrival had directly overturned this place. In the Dragon Palace, De Huang Dog was also stunned when he saw the scene of thousands of demonic beasts. "Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god." De Huang Dog said, "Oh my god," 3 times in a row to express his respect for the scene in front of him. This was too amazing. Awesome, little brother. If we bring such a lineup out, the feather race will cry and wet their pants. De Huang Dog's eyes shone brightly. He had already begun to imagine the scene of Jiang Chen leading thousands of demonic beasts to attack the Sky Feather Mountain. With such a huge camp, the humans of the Red East region would not even need to take action. Once the thousands of demonic beasts moved, the Sky Feather Mountain would be flattened. Little Chenzi, tell Master Dog quickly. What is this place? De Huang Dog was eager to know the answer. The Dragon Palace was undoubtedly very attractive to him. With his eyesight, he could naturally see that this Dragon Palace was not simple. Jiang Chen did not hide anything. He told De Huang Dog everything about the Buddha Prison Palace. De Huang Dog was also stunned. Not only him, but even Jiang Chen did not expect that the treasure of the Buddha Prison Palace, the pinnacle existence of the eternal world, would be left in this small place of exile. Little Chenzi, if you become the new master of the Dragon Palace, won't you indirectly offend the so-called Eternal Lord? I'm afraid there will be a lot of trouble when you reach the center of the eternal world in the future. However, who is this Eternal Lord? De Huang Dog said. Who cares? Haven't I offended enough people? Even if it's the Eternal Lord, if he offends me, I will still pull him down from his high horse. Jiang Chen said, not caring at all. Extravagant. We brothers have always done things like this. Think about how many big shots have been pulled down by us over the years. De Huang Dog shook his head. Not only was he not worried about the Eternal Lord, but he was also worried for the Eternal Lord. After all, the Eternal Lord's future opponent was Jiang Chen, a guy who had created endless miracles along the way. Let's not worry about that for now. Let's focus on the matter at hand first. We'll stay here for half a month and cultivate in seclusion. After that, we'll go out and get rid of the feather race. Jiang Chen said. That's great. Let's see how exaggerated Zhao Lingxiao's eyes will be. De Huang Dog chuckled. The land of exile had naturally undergone earth-shaking changes. At the moment, the Qidong region was not peaceful at all. The feather race was looking for Jiang Chen everywhere, but to no avail. The Sky Feather Mountain had already begun to stir. 10 days later, the Sky Feather Mountain began to move. It was a really big movement. All the experts of the Sky Feather Mountain had expended a great deal of effort to rebuild the Netherworld platform. With its power, Zhao Lingxiao had successfully reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. More importantly, the Netherworld platform had increased the overall battle prowess of the feather race. Once the Netherworld platform was used in battle, it could double the battle prowess of the feather race. How terrifying was a doubling of battle prowess? To put it bluntly, if the feather race and the human race were to go to war now, the human race would not be able to gain the slightest advantage. Although the feather race had suffered heavy losses in the previous plan, they still had their high-end battle prowess. Aside from a few feather race young masters killed by Jiang Chen, the upper echelon of the feather race had not suffered any serious losses. If the two races went to war, the high-end battle prowess would be the key to victory. Compared to the appearance of the Netherworld platform and Zhao Lingxiao's rise to the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, the greatest news for the human race was probably Xie Yunpeng. After Xie Yunpeng's illness had been cured by Jiang Chen, His cultivation had also skyrocketed. He had reached the third heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm at almost the same time as Zhao Lingxiao. The appearance of a third heavenly layer heavenly source expert in the human race was undoubtedly an exciting matter. If Xie Yunpeng had not been there to fight Zhao Lingxiao, the human race would have lost for sure. At this moment, the upper echelon of the feather race had gathered in the central hall of the Sky Feather Mountain. They had already begun to discuss the decisive battle with the human race. The feather race would not let this opportunity slip by. Moreover, as long as Jiang Chen did not appear, the feather race would always be a threat. They needed to find a way to lure Jiang Chen out. If they did not kill Jiang Chen, the feather race would not be able to eat or sleep in peace. Chapter 4194. The upper echelon of the winged race had gathered in the central hall. There were over 20 heavenly source experts. Aside from Zhao Lingxiao, who had reached the third heavenly layer, the Grand Elder was also at the peak of the second heavenly layer. The rest were all at the first heavenly layer, and quite a few of them had remained at the first heavenly layer for a long time. They were only a step away from reaching the second heavenly layer. Of course, this small difference was sometimes the difference between heaven and earth. To these people, their talent had already reached the limit, and their potential was basically about to be exhausted. It would be extremely difficult for them to take another step forward at the heavenly source stage. To put it bluntly, most of the first heavenly layer heavenly source experts present would never be able to reach the second heavenly layer in their entire lives. Patriarch, now that the Netherworld platform has been modified, all members of the winged race can use it to increase their strength. In my opinion, it's time for a battle to the death with the humans. As long as we use the Netherworld platform, the humans will definitely be defeated. That's right. The Patriarch has already reached the third heavenly layer. He's so powerful that he can make the humans piss their pants in terror. We can't be careless. The humans still have some strength. I heard that Xie Yunping's cultivation has increased as well. It's a pity that our fox demon wasn't able to harm his foundation. It's all that brat Jiang Chen's fault for ruining our plans. Otherwise, Xie Yunpeng would already be a cripple. That's fine. Even if Xie Yunpeng reaches the third heavenly layer, the Patriarch will deal with him. Our battle prowess is no less than the humans, and we have the Netherworld platform to rely on. We'll definitely win this battle. More importantly, we need to use this battle to force Jiang Chen out. Jiang Chen is the greatest threat to our winged race. He's just too heaven-defying. If we don't kill him in the cradle, the consequences will be unimaginable once he matures. So in my opinion, we need to start a war with the humans as soon as possible and draw out Jiang Chen so that we can wipe them out in one fell swoop. The higher-ups of the Harpies quickly reached an agreement. They decided to take advantage of this opportunity to fight the humans. The Harpies had been waiting for this battle for a long time. Even though the timing was not particularly good, they had no choice but to fight. All of this was because of the name Jiang Chen. The appearance of a single person had changed the entire structure of the Crimson East domain. The decisive battle had been brought forward by at least 50 years, if not more. To the feather race, the threat of Jiang Chen alone was greater than that of the entire human race. The feather race had to get rid of Jiang Chen as soon as possible. After this period of fighting, all the feather race understood one thing. Once Jiang Chen was allowed to grow, he would become uncontrollable. For the feather race, it would be the end of the world. All right. Summon all the clansmen to prepare for the final battle with the humans in 3 days. Also, send a letter of challenge to the Shenwu city so that they can prepare. I want to see just how capable the human race is, Zhao Lingxiao said. The feather race was going to attack the humans, but Zhao Lingxiao had informed the human race in advance instead of launching a sneak attack. This did not mean that Zhao Lingxiao was a gentleman. Zhao Lingxiao naturally had his own reasons for doing so. He was actually sending a message to Jiang Chen, hoping that Jiang Chen would appear in 3 days. Yes. The feather race was extremely excited. They began to pass down their orders. The entire Sky Feather Mountain was ready to go. All the elders and disciples were restless. Let me take Jiang Chen's life. I want Jiang Chen to die without a burial, a handsome young man said in high spirits. He was the second young master of the feather race. His cultivation was powerful, having already reached the peak of the 6th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was only a step away from the 7th heavenly layer. Second brother, don't underestimate the enemy. We must take revenge for our brothers. As the eldest brother, I will take revenge for them. The first young master said. As the leader of the 9 young masters of the feather race, the first young master had an absolute reputation. His cultivation was also very powerful, having already reached the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm at such a young age. He was only a step away from the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. Moreover, the feather race had the assistance of the Netherworld platform in this battle. Almost all the members of the feather race could benefit from the Netherworld platform, especially during the battle. For example, although the first young master was only at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, he could temporarily display the battle prowess of the 9th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm with the help of the Netherworld platform. The Netherworld platform was extremely terrifying. Not only did it increase the strength of a single feather race member, it also increased the strength of thousands of feather race members. It was easy to imagine how terrifying it would be in a battle. In the Divine Martial City, a written challenge letter was floating above the entire Divine Martial City. The news quickly spread to every corner of the Divine Martial City. In an instant, the Divine Martial City was in chaos. The City Lord's mansion and the Yun clan's experts all gathered at the Martial Pavilion. The experts of the human race gathered together almost immediately to discuss a countermeasure. Everyone, the feather race must have made ample preparations for a decisive battle. We can't avoid this battle, so we can only accept it. The sect master of the Martial Pavilion, Wu Changtian, said with an extremely grim expression. Humph. Zhao Lingxiao has already become arrogant after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. Now that the morale of the feather race is so low because of Zhang Chen, Zhao Lingxiao still dares to fight. Xie Yunpeng snorted coldly. He was also in high spirits after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm. He did not fear Zhao Lingxiao at all. Xie Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao were old enemies. Xie Yunpeng hated Zhao Lingxiao to the bone after the incident with the white fox. If it were not for Zhang Chen's timely appearance, he would have fallen into the feather race's trap. Let alone reaching the 3rd heavenly layer, he probably would have fallen out of the heavenly source realm. Although Zhao Lingxiao has reached the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, he hasn't reached the level where he can directly fight us. He has only done so because he is wary of brother Zhang Chen. Now that we all know that even the land of exile is unable to trap brother Zhang Chen, how can the feather race let such a great threat go? If we were the feather race, we would definitely do everything we can to get rid of Zhang Chen and get rid of this threat. Now that brother Zhang Chen has gone missing, the feather race will feel even more uneasy if he does not appear, because brother Zhang Chen is constantly improving. That's the most frightening part, so it's understandable that Zhao Lingxiao is in a hurry to fight us after reaching the 3rd heavenly layer of the heavenly source realm, Yun Xinan said. Yun Xinan said. This was a simple truth that everyone understood. Chapter 4195. Where do you think Zhang Chen is now? The last time he appeared, he caused a ruckus in the Sky Feather Mountain. He even killed the 4th young master of the feather race and brought back a child. After that, there was no news of him. Dan Qingzi said. Don't worry. Zhang Chen is the reincarnation of a powerful expert, so he's a senior to us. There's nothing he can't do. Even the land of exile can't trap him, so we don't have to worry about his safety at all. However, the child that Zhang Chen brought back is really powerful. I don't know what kind of powerful physique he has. In just a dozen or so days, he's been enlightened under the guidance of the sect master, and he's about to advance to the Earth Source realm. What a freak! Wuji Pavilion's pavilion master Zhan Yang said. When the child that Zhang Chen brought back was mentioned, Wu Changtian couldn't help but be moved. That child was definitely the most heaven-defying existence he had ever seen. That child's physique is very extraordinary. It's like a treasure that has suddenly been unearthed. His progress is too fast, beyond my understanding. From this, it can be seen how sharp Zhang Chen's insight is. I dare say that in less than 5 years, that child's cultivation will surpass ours. Wu Changtian sighed. When he thought of Xiaolong, his eyebrows almost rose up. What? Surpass us in 5 years? That's too terrifying. Countless people couldn't help but exclaim. Such a monstrous talent was simply unimaginable. Let alone in the Crimson East region, even in the entire Eternal World, such talent would be one of the best. While people were sighing, they didn't forget to think of Zhang Chen. After all, that child was brought back by Zhang Chen, so it could be seen that Jiang Chen had already seen how extraordinary that child was. Jiang Chen's insight was truly terrifying. The feather race has already sent the letter of challenge. We must fight this battle. We can't retreat. Right now, there's an important problem, which is the battlefield of this battle. I've decided to take the initiative and move the battlefield to the Sky Feather Mountain. If we wait for Zhao Lingxiao and the others to attack and the Divine Martial City becomes a battlefield, the entire city will fall. At that time, who knows how many people will die? Wu Changtian said, raising an important question. War was never a matter of a single person, and the choice of battlefield was even more important. Everyone knew that once a great war between the two races broke out, the area within a 5,000-mile radius would directly fall into enemy hands. After the war, not even a blade of grass would grow. As the foundation of the human race in the Qidong region, the Divine Martial City naturally could not become a battlefield. Once the war broke out in the Divine Martial City, the losses of the human race would be too great. Brother Wu is right. In my opinion, we should use these 2 days to gather all the experts and disciples of the human race and attack the Sky Feather Mountain first. This way we can see the great losses of the human race. Xie Yunping said. Yun Sinan and the other Heavenly Source experts nodded in agreement. All right, everyone, let's make the arrangements. This matter concerns the survival of the human race. Everyone in the Martial Pavilion will definitely be involved in the war. To the disciples, this is also a life and death experience. This is a training for the human race and individuals. Once we win, the entire human race will improve. Wu Changtian's aura fluctuated. This battle was definitely a baptism for the human race. It was unknown how much blood would be spilled and how many people would die in this battle. But no one could retreat. There was no way to avoid it. If you retreat, you can retreat. You can only fight. At that time, a storm would be brewing in the Qidong region. The human race and the feather race would begin to prepare for the final battle. Everyone knew that after this battle, the overall situation of the Qidong region would undergo an earth-shaking change, a true change. At this moment, Jiang Chen was still in secluded cultivation in the Dragon Palace of the Land of Exile. The Black King had already reached the first heavenly layer of the Heavenly Source realm, and he was at the peak of it. With the Black King's strength, Jiang Chen did not doubt that ordinary second Heavenly Source experts of the Feather Race would be no match for him. Aside from the Black King, there were more than 30 greater demons who had reached the Heavenly Source realm. In the Dragon Palace, Jiang Chen's forces were gradually growing. There were also nearly 30 demons who were ready to make a breakthrough at any time. Little Chen, from the looks of it, there'll be at least 60 Heavenly Source demons appearing in 3 days at most. If I bring them out, they'll tear your bunch of birdmen to shreds, said Jian Chen. De Huang Dog said excitedly. This scene was just too spectacular. After the Dragon Palace's curse was lifted, the cultivation of these demons would gradually recover. More importantly, there were not just a few dozen Heavenly Source experts here. Tens of thousands of 9th Heavenly Layer Earthly Source experts would appear together. Such a huge lineup would scare the Feather Race to death. Very good. Let's wait for 3 more days. I have a feeling that something big is about to happen in the Qidong region after being away for so long, Jiang Chen said. He had comprehended the laws of the ways and was the ancestor of the ways. His sixth sense was extremely strong, especially today. He had a feeling that something big was about to happen in the Qidong region. Could it be that the Feather Race is desperate and want to start a war with the human race? De Huang Dog said. It's hard to say. We'll leave in 3 days. It's time to settle the score with the Feather Race. A smile appeared at the corner of Jiang Chen's mouth. He now had the Buddha army in his hands and was already looking forward to Zhao Lingxiao's exciting expression. In the next 3 days, powerful auras constantly rippled out from the Dragon Palace. Demons advanced to the Heavenly Source stage one after another. Even those that did not advance to the Heavenly Source stage were constantly improving, getting closer and closer to the Heavenly Source stage. It wouldn't be long before Jiang Chen had a Heavenly Source army of 10,000 demons. Just the thought of it was extremely exciting. Of course, this was only within the Dragon Palace. These Heavenly Source demons could not leave the Dragon Palace because it was still within the boundaries of the Land of Exile. There were rules here that forbade the existence of Heavenly Source experts. Once they appeared, they might be teleported to other places. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. In Jiang Chen's hands, including the Black King, there was a total of 65 Heavenly Source experts. Not to mention the Martial Pavilion and the Divine Martial City. The number of heavenly source experts in Jiang Chen's hands was double that of the feather race. It's time to leave. Jiang Chen stood up and prepared to leave the land of exile. Today was also the day of the final battle between the human race and the feather race in the Scarlet East region. The human race dispatched 8 huge spaceships and took to the sky, heading towards the rising Feather Mountain. On the feather race's side, their magnificent wings fluttered as they set off. They had also left the rising Feather Mountain. Finally, the two camps met at the Chilling Mountain. This was the border between the human race and the feather race. Since the beginning, the Chilling Mountain had always been a place where battles between the two races could not be avoided. Setting the final battle at the Chilling Mountain was the best choice for both races. After all, even if the Chilling Mountain was destroyed, the two races would not suffer too great a loss. Chapter 4196. Wind and thunder rumbled on Chilling Mountain as the sound of war drums echoed for thousands of kilometers. Countless figures blotted out the entire sky. Endless presences churned. The entire space had already fallen into chaos before the battle had even begun. The murderous aura pervaded the air, and the entire void was filled with a surging murderous aura. The intense desire to fight and the murderous aura mixed together. Today, the Chilling Mountain was destined to become a hellish place. This battle would be a bloody one, and blood would flow like rivers. It was unknown how many people would die. There were tens of thousands of people on both sides. This was the peak battle of the Crimson East region. Both sides had come with a mentality of facing death, especially the upper echelons of the earthly source stage. Their eyes were bloodshot. This was a battle where there was no way out. Many people were already prepared to die on the battlefield. Whether it was the humans or the feather race, they could only win this battle. If they lost, they would become the other side's slaves, enslaved for 10,000 years. No one was willing to be a slave, so no one would retreat from this battle. Perhaps they would die in battle, but if they lost without a fight, they would not have a good ending either. As a result, there was no retreat. There was only a battle of life and death. Before the battle had even begun, everyone could already foresee how cruel it would be. On the feather race's side, a huge black altar floated in the sky. The altar looked extremely sinister, giving off an extremely cold aura. It was the strong scent of death. When Wu Changtian and the others saw the Netherworld platform, their expressions could not help but change, becoming even more solemn. From the very beginning, Wu Changtian and the others had not considered the Netherworld platform as a factor. In their opinion, the feather race's greatest reason for daring to issue a challenge was because Zhao Lingxiao had reached the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. That was it. Now it seemed that this was not the case at all. The Netherworld platform was the feather race's greatest reliance. Brother Wu, this Netherworld platform is not simple. Xie Yunpeng frowned. Brother Xie, you can also see that the altar is extremely dark and filled with an endless evil aura. It seems that the Nether platform has been perfectly modified by the Yu race. Now, the Nether platform is connected to the auras of the tens of thousands of Yu race clansmen. Once the battle begins, anyone with the Yu race's bloodline can rely on the Nether platform to fight and greatly increase their cultivation. This is especially true for those in the Earth and Unity realms. With the Nether platform, their battle prowess will increase by at least a level, which is extremely disadvantageous to us. Wu Changtian frowned. Damn, so the Netherworld platform is Zhao Lingxiao's greatest trump card. With the Netherworld platform, the feather race will have an endless supply of energy. How will they fight this battle? I'm afraid that once the battle begins, the human race will lose their morale and will to fight. Zhan Yang gritted his teeth and said. Naturally, the human race was well prepared. Countless disciples and elders were in high spirits. Due to the strong morale that Jiang Chen had brought to them, all of them were filled with confidence in this battle. However, it seemed like their confidence would be shattered in an instant. There's no way out. We can only fight, Dan Qingzi said through gritted teeth. The Purple Pill Pavilion had prepared a large number of pills to be used in the battle. In a battle, the Purple Pill Pavilion would be extremely useful. The Purple Pill Pavilion's healing pills could be said to be the best in the Crimson East region. At this moment of life and death for the human race, the Purple Pill Pavilion naturally could not hold back. They had taken out almost all of their resources. Wu Changtian, Xie Yunpeng. Today's battle will determine who the feather race and the human race will belong to in the Crimson East region. After this battle, I, Zhao Lingxiao, will become the absolute ruler of the entire Crimson East region, Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. Zhao Lingxiao said loudly. At this moment, he was in high spirits and extremely arrogant. His words were filled with boundless confidence. Humph. Zhao Lingxiao, don't get too happy yet. The outcome of this battle is still unknown. Wu Changtian coldly harumphed. Ha ha ha, the feather race has the assistance of the nether platform, which can increase the power of the entire feather race. What right do you humans have to fight against me? Zhao Lingxiao loudly laughed, his arrogance boundless. Where's Jiang Chen? Come out and accept your death. At that moment, a loud roar sounded out as the feather race's eldest prince walked out from the crowd, holding a beautiful spear in his hand. He immediately called out to Jiang Chen. Killing Jiang Chen was his main goal, and he wanted to kill Jiang Chen to avenge his little brother and the rest of the feather race. Moreover, Jiang Chen's reputation was simply too great. To the eldest prince, if he could kill Jiang Chen, he would definitely become famous, and his prestige among the feather race would be unparalleled. After all, Jiang Chen had been able to escape from the hands of the person he had paid for. If he could kill Jiang Chen, his fame would be too great. Jiang Chen is not here. I'm afraid I'll have to disappoint you. Xie Yunping said. Is Jiang Chen going to be a coward? At the critical moment of the survival of the human clan, he hides himself, the eldest prince said disdainfully. The eldest young master said disdainfully. He wasn't the only one who was disappointed. The higher-ups of the Yu family were also disappointed. After all, killing Jiang Chen was more important than killing the entire human race. Even if they killed all the humans and occupied the entire Red East region, as long as Jiang Chen was still alive, the Yu family wouldn't be able to sleep peacefully even if they had the entire territory. Are you afraid? As long as Jiang Chen doesn't come out, you won't be able to eat or sleep well. Yun Sinon laughed loudly. How could he not see through the feather race's thoughts? Humph. You're just a small general. Our feather race doesn't care about you. After I kill you all, I don't believe that Jiang Chen won't come out. Today's battle is destined to be the end of the human clan. Zhao Lingxiao snorted coldly. Chief, there's no need to say so much. Let's start the battle. Some heavenly source experts could not wait any longer. Start the battle. Zhao Lingxiao waved the sword in his hand. The decisive battle had officially begun. Whether Jiang Chen appeared or not, it was inevitable. All of the human clan, listen up. We will fight for our dignity and survival. We will not retreat. Kill. Wu Changtian shouted. Experts flew out from the warships one after another. The two armies collided violently, and very soon, the two armies clashed. On the human clan side, those who had not reached the earthly source realm had many flight talismans, enough to support them in the battle against the feather race. This kind of battle was very clear. Usually, they would fight against opponents of similar cultivation, from the unity realm to the earthly source realm, and then to the heavenly source realm. Miserable screams rang out in the sky above the chilling mountain. Blood sprayed wildly, dyeing the sky red. This was a true battle of life and death. Almost immediately, there were casualties. However, this was a war between races, so no one retreated. Blade lights, sword shadows, a bloody rain, and a foul wind. The entire Qiling mountain was instantly shrouded in fighting spirit. Chapter 4197. Arg! Screams filled the air as boulders tumbled down. The towering trees at the foot of the mountain were all destroyed. High in the sky, the netherworld platform revolved at high speed, providing a powerful source of energy for all the feather race members. The heavenly source experts had already begun their final battle. Wu Changtian faced off against the feather race's Grand Elder. Zhan Yang, Dan Qingzi, Yun Sinan, and quite a few heavenly source elders all had their own opponents. Both sides had similar strength, and the number of heavenly source experts they had was also about the same. Even with the assistance of the netherworld platform, it would not be easy for the feather race to obtain victory in a short period of time. Xie Yunpeng and Zhao Lingxiao faced each other in the sky, killing intent radiating from them. Xie Yunpeng, your human race is doomed. Why must you be so stubborn? If you join me, I can guarantee your life and give you supreme glory. Zhao Lingxiao said. Pah! Xie Yunpeng spat. He had an unyielding personality, So when he saw Zhao Lingxiao, he could not help but think of the demoness. He could not help but feel resentful. What he hated was not the demoness, but the culprit behind all of this. Zhao Lingxiao, cut the crap. Let's see who's stronger. Either you die today, or I live. Xie Yunping's aura rippled as a wave of qi condensed in his hand. He attacked first, charging towards Zhao Lingxiao. To Xie Yunping, this was a second life, one that Jiang Chen had given him. The greatest use of his life was to contribute to the human race, and a battle to the death with Zhao Lingxiao was what he had been looking forward to in the first place. Good. I'd like to see just how much you've improved after reaching the third heavenly layer of heavenly source. Zhao Lingxiao's aura surged, showing no fear at all. He threw a punch that seemed to be able to shatter the world, heading straight for Xie Yunping. The two peak experts collided in an extremely ferocious manner. Rumble. The two of them only managed to stabilize themselves after being pushed back several dozen meters. They were evenly matched. It seemed that it would not be easy for these two old rivals to determine a victor. Unless there was a huge fluctuation in one state of mind, causing a drop in their battle strength, the two of them would not be able to determine a victor even if they fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Zhao Lingxiao attacked again and again, not anxious at all. His expression was calm, because he was very confident in today's battle, and he was not in a hurry to kill Xie Yunping. He believed that once the human race was defeated on a large scale, it would definitely affect Xie Yunping's mood, and at that time, it would be his chance. On the other side of the battlefield, the disciples of the Martial Pavilion and the disciples of the Feather Clan were locked in a fierce battle. Thank you, senior brother. The winged race has the support of the Netherworld platform. It seems like they have an inexhaustible supply of energy. A disciple said, gather together and combine our combat strength. Try to cut off their connection with the Netherworld platform. Xie Ting shouted loudly, and he became the representative of the disciples of the Martial Pavilion. On the other side, a little child was rushing back and forth on the battlefield. He looked extremely ferocious. This child was none other than the little dragon that Jiang Chen had brought out from the land of exile. Wah, I'm about to break through. The little dragon rode on the back of a 9th heavenly layer feather warrior, and tore off his wings with his bare hands. Afterwards, he roared at the sky, and his cultivation immediately reached the 1st heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. The little dragon was extremely ferocious. Ever since he had started cultivating, it was as if his bloodline had been activated. Under the influence of his bloodline, the little dragon's temperament had changed greatly. Previously, when he had been training, he had been abnormally ferocious during his first battle. He did not feel uncomfortable at all, as if he was born for battle. Yao Ho, after reaching the Earth Source realm, the little dragon could soar through the sky without the help of a flight talisman. He immediately roared excitedly, and his playful nature was revealed. A feather warrior wanted to catch the little dragon, but the little dragon's movement technique and speed were 2 times that of the feather warrior. Birdman, eat my fist. The little dragon suddenly turned around and appeared behind the feather warrior in the blink of an eye. He threw a punch, and the mountainous energy actually killed the feather warrior with a single punch. Holy shit! This scene was witnessed by quite a few disciples of the Martial Pavilion. This child was a little too ferocious. One must know that the feather warrior that he had just killed was an expert at the 2nd heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. He was a whole level higher than the little dragon, and the little dragon had only just reached the Earth Source realm. Watch out! A shadow of a spear rushed towards the little dragon. Xie Ting's expression changed slightly as he hurriedly warned the little dragon. The little dragon's reaction was extremely fast, but he was still lacking in battle experience. The spear swept past his shoulder, leaving behind a bone-deep wound. Ouch! The little dragon grimaced, but in the next moment, the wound he had left behind actually began to heal at a speed visible to the naked eye. Sneak attack me! The little dragon flew into a rage. His eyes immediately turned blood-red as he charged towards the feather warrior with a spear. What the hell is this little guy? His wound can actually heal itself. I really don't know where the teacher found this freak. Xie Ting was speechless. He could not help but sigh in his heart, thinking that this battle had come a little too early. If it had come a few years later, the human race would definitely be at its peak. There was no need to say much about Jiang Chen. Just the little monster in front of him alone, once he grew up, would be frightening enough. Xie Ting, do you think the teacher will appear? Chen Yiren came to Xie Ting's side and could not help but ask. Xueqi raised his head and looked into the distance. He should. If the teacher appears, he will definitely bring a miracle to the human race. You're that confident? Chen Yiren asked. It's not confidence. It's trust. Xueqi smiled, then locked on to one person and charged towards him. At this moment, Jiang Chen had just used the sky-ascending stairway to walk out of the land of exile. However, the place he came out from was not the right place. From the land of exile, he directly went to the Xinwu city. Originally, he thought that something big was going to happen in the Qidong region, so he went to the Xinwu city to take a look. He did not expect the Xinwu city to become almost an empty city at this moment. After asking around, he found out that today's battle was going to take place. Little Chenzi, it seems that we came back just in time. If we were 2 days later, I'm afraid it would really be too late. De Huang Dog said. The battle has already started. Even in the Xinwu city, we can feel it. It seems that the battlefield is going to be in the Qiliang Mountain area. Let's go. I want to see what the feather race has to start a war with the human race. Jiang Chen's aura fluctuated as he flew towards the Qiliang Mountain with De Huang Dog. He came back from the land of exile just in time. After all, the feather race had started to gain the upper hand in the battle on the Qiliang Mountain. After all, they had the help of the Netherworld platform. Jiang Chen's return at this time could help the human race recover a lot of their losses. If he were a little later, the real losses and defeat of the human race would have started. Chapter 4198. Bloody mist filled the air above Qiliang Mountain. Corpses constantly fell from the mountain, dying without a proper burial. As the fierce battle continued, the human race's defeat gradually became apparent. The feather race relied on the Netherworld platform, which not only provided them with an endless supply of energy, but also increased their battle prowess. Coupled with the fact that the Netherworld platform revolved in the sky, the human race was under tremendous mental pressure. Gradually, the morale of the human race began to plummet, while that of the feather race began to rise. Very soon, the battle became one-sided. Damn it, we can't go on like this. Our energy is constantly being consumed, while the feather race has the support of the Netherworld platform. Once we run out of energy, we can only wait to be slaughtered. The disciples of the martial pavilion began to panic. They were no fools. They could all see the situation. If only teacher was here, he would definitely boost our morale. Yeah, I really miss the days when we fought together. I wonder where teacher is now. Do you think teacher will appear and bring a miracle to the human race? Sigh, who knows? I don't even know where teacher is. Let's not worry about it for now. We have nowhere to hide now. We can only fight to the death against these birdmen. The human race's morale plummeted, and their casualties began to increase. From the elders to the disciples, a figure could not help but appear in their hearts. That figure was not imposing, but it was like a stabilizing force that could stabilize everyone's hearts and give them an indomitable confidence. In the sky, the battle between the heavenly source experts had also changed. Because the human race's successive defeats had seriously affected the heavenly source experts' morale, many of them showing signs of defeat. Even Wu Changtian and Yun Sinan were beginning to fall into a disadvantageous position. Haha, Xie Yunpeng, your human race is finished. It's meaningless for you to persist. Just give up. Zhao Lingxiao laughed out loud. His aura was like a rainbow, and each of his moves was extremely ferocious. Xie Yunpeng did not say anything, but his expression was solemn. It was clear that his emotions were beginning to waver. He could naturally see that the situation had already begun to change. A tremendous change. This change was extremely fatal. Once a defeat occurred in such a battle, the collapse would rapidly spread, and the entire human race would struggle on the brink of destruction. The feather race's morale had already soared. This was the worst possible scenario. It was not that they had never thought of this, but it had happened too quickly. Bang! With a dull groan, the everlasting pavilion's pavilion master Zhen Yang was ruthlessly struck in the chest by his opponent, sending him flying back. Blood spurted out of his mouth, forming a beautiful arc in the air. This was an extremely bad sign. The defeat of a heavenly origin expert was a severe blow to the already low morale of the human race. Moreover, this defeat was only the beginning. More importantly, once it began, it would rapidly spread. If heavenly origin experts were defeated one after another, the human race would truly have no hope at all. Xie Yunpeng alone would not be able to turn the situation around. In reality, once Xie Yunpeng's emotions were affected, he would not even be able to protect himself while fighting Zhao Lingxiao, let alone the entire human race. Could it be that the heavens want us humans to die? Zhan Yang let out a long sigh, unable to hold back his tears. He was unwilling to accept this. The human race should not be defeated like this. Just as the human race's defeat began to spread, to the point where even a few heavenly source experts were defeated, two figures suddenly appeared in the sky above Scarlet Ridge Mountain. One of them was a ferocious half-human half-dragon, while the other was a golden mountain-like Big Yellow, who was even more muscular than a tiger. He was extremely domineering. Little Chenzi, the human race has begun to collapse. Looks like we've come at the right time. De Huang Dog was extremely excited. De Huang Dog could not help but feel his blood boil at the sight of this, as if he had returned to the past. His heart surged with emotions. This was just too amazing. You're right, it's just right. A smile appeared on Jiang Chen's lips. It was time for the feather race to witness the true meaning of the apocalypse. Zhao Lingxiao, I, Jiang Chen, have returned. Jiang Chen's voice was as loud as a bell. His voice spread out in waves, rippling across the entire Chiliang mountain. Everyone who was engaged in battle heard his voice. Countless gazes turned towards him. Jiang Chen immediately became the focus of the entire battlefield. It's teacher. Teacher has appeared. Ha ha ha, teacher has appeared. Great. Teacher has returned. There's hope for the human race. I told you that teacher would never abandon the human race. The morale of the human race instantly soared. Some people's eyes were brimming with tears. Although Jiang Chen's cultivation did not seem to be very powerful, Jiang Chen's image had already been imprinted in everyone's hearts like a pyramid. As long as he appeared, he would be their hope. Jiang Chen was a belief. He had long since become a legend among the human race. The most important thing about his existence was not his cultivation. Ha ha ha. Good lad. Xie Yunpeng laughed out loud. His mood, which had been a little unstable, instantly turned for the better. His aura doubled. His trust in Jiang Chen was too strong. Big brother. Xiaolong leaped into the air and arrived in front of Jiang Chen. He grabbed Jiang Chen's arm and danced excitedly. Holy shit. Jiang Chen's eyes widened when he saw Xiaolong. Only the word holy shit could describe the shock he felt at this moment. There were not many things in this world that could shock Jiang Chen, and Xiaolong was definitely one of them. Holy shit. What the hell is this little bastard doing? How can his cultivation improve so quickly? De Huang Dog almost fainted. He was the one who had sent Xiaolong to the martial pavilion. At that time, Xiaolong did not have any cultivation. How long had it been? This was too abnormal. Jiang Chen. You are Jiang Chen. A person stood up and came in front of Jiang Chen. Who are you? Jiang Chen glanced at him. Eldest young master of the Yu clan. I'll take your life today to avenge my brothers. The eldest young master's aura was unparalleled. The spear in his hand trembled as he charged towards Jiang Chen in an extremely ferocious manner. He had waited for this day for far too long. His most important target this time was Jiang Chen. Now that Jiang Chen had finally appeared, how could the eldest young master miss this opportunity? Come back. Zhao Lingxiao's expression changed drastically as he shouted. He had discovered that Jiang Chen's cultivation had already reached the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm. With how terrifying Jiang Chen was, the current Jiang Chen was no longer someone the eldest young master could deal with. Unfortunately, Zhao Lingxiao's shout was a little too late. Jiang Chen swung his sword with a thunderous aura. The eldest young master was split in half by Jiang Chen's sword. The entire process was too fast. The eldest young master, who was at the peak of the 8th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm, did not even have the time to cry out. Chapter 4199. My son. Zhao Lingxiao yelled. His 6 wings unfurled as he prepared to charge at Jiang Chen. Zhao Lingxiao, your opponent is me. How could Xie Yunpeng give him such a chance? He was far too clear on what Jiang Chen's existence meant to the human race. He was the true backbone of the human race, and Jiang Chen's usefulness was much greater than a heavenly source expert like him. This was especially so after Jiang Chen had killed the feather race's eldest prince with a single strike, which had given the human race's already low morale a shot of adrenaline. Voila! The human race was instantly sent into an uproar, and countless disciples began to cheer. Xueqi and the others' eyes were filled with passion and excitement that only Jiang Chen could give them. Invincible. Teacher is simply invincible. Even someone as powerful as the eldest prince was insta-killed with a single strike. This is just too overbearing. Too domineering. No wonder he's my idol. Teacher definitely has an even more powerful trump card. Just watch. So what if the feather race has the netherworld platform? I'm sure that teacher has a way to defeat them. The human race disciples' morale was instantly boosted, and many of them began to yell like little tigers. Jiang Chen, I'm so happy to see you again. However, today's battle is very disadvantageous to us. The feather race's netherworld platform can provide them with an endless supply of energy and increase their battle power. If we want to win, we must destroy the netherworld platform. Do you have any ideas? Dan Qingzi came before Jiang Chen and asked. Currently, Dan Qingzi's condition was not very good. There were many wounds on his body, and his aura was quite unstable. This was understandable. After all, Dan Qingzi was an alchemist, and he had spent his entire life refining pills. Fighting had always been his weakness, and being able to last until now while his emotions had been affected was already quite good. The netherworld platform was the biggest problem for the human race. Dan Qingzi knew this very well, but none of them could do anything about it. However, Dan Qingzi believed in Jiang Chen. Moreover, if there was someone in the human race who could destroy the netherworld platform, it would be Jiang Chen. There was no one else who could do so. Naturally, there is a way. However, it seems that there is no need for it now. The corners of Jiang Chen's lips curled up into a smile. His body flickered and he returned to his original appearance. He even retracted his dragon form. You don't need it? Dan Qingzi felt quite startled, as did everyone else, not knowing what Jiang Chen meant. If they could not get rid of the netherworld platform, the human race would be doomed. Moreover, why had Jiang Chen deactivated his powerful dragon transformation? Was he not going to fight anymore? Because the netherworld platform isn't enough. Jiang Chen said in an indifferent tone. Wakaka, brat. You're going to use your ultimate move right away? De Huang Dog understood the meaning of Jiang Chen's words. With a flash, its body returned to its original size. Even the killing intent on its body was withdrawn. It seemed that it didn't intend to fight anymore. There's no need to waste time. Just use your ultimate move. Jiang Chen said lightly. Ultimate skill? What ultimate skill? Dan Qingzi's face was filled with questions, but he could not stop the excitement in his heart. If Jiang Chen said it was an ultimate skill, it would definitely be extraordinarily powerful. Black King, come out, 10,000 beasts. Jiang Chen roared, and a huge black gate appeared in the air. In the next instant, with a flash of light, the 10,000 beasts moved out. With the Black King at the lead, there were over 60 heavenly source beasts and over 10,000 ninth heavenly layer earthly source beasts. The unparalleled formation, the powerful pagoda army, the waves of chi that surpassed everything, and the endless demonic chi filled the air, suppressing the aura of the entire battlefield. Heavens, what's that? Holy shit, holy shit, holy shit, so many heavenly source experts. Heavens, the rest are all at the 9th heavenly layer of the earthly source realm. This is way too amazing. I'm dreaming. I must be dreaming. This isn't realistic. The humans instantly went crazy. Countless people rubbed their eyes, wondering if they were seeing things. However, the surging aura was real. The noisy battlefield instantly fell silent. Everyone stopped what they were doing and raised their heads to look at the army of beasts descending from the sky. What's going on? Why have so many beasts suddenly appeared? When did so many heavenly source experts appear in the Scarlet East region? Don't tell me Jiang Chen brought them here? If that's the case, how can our feather race resist? I already said that Jiang Chen would become a huge problem. It's over. Our feather race is finished. There's no way to fight. The faces of the feather race members were ashen, and even Zhao Lingxiao was dumbfounded. His eyes were bloodshot, and he was momentarily speechless. Master. The 10,000 beasts bowed towards Jiang Chen, and the word master reverberated in the air. I did it. Dan Qingzi stumbled and almost fell from the sky. He thought that Jiang Chen might have a truly powerful move that could bring about a miracle for the human race. However, this miracle was simply too great. Even if Dan Qingzi had 100 more brains, he would not have dared to imagine such a scene. This was simply too shocking. He would not even dare to dream of such a scene, but it was happening right in front of him. How did he do it? Wu Changtian was completely dumbfounded, and his mouth felt dry. In that instant, Jiang Chen had become incredibly great in his eyes, and all that was left was admiration. This is too miraculous. To be able to subdue so many beasts, just saying that I admire him is not enough to express my current feelings, Yun Sinan said. He had already retracted his battle intent, as it seemed that he would not need to fight anymore. Once these 10,000 beasts moved out, they would be able to instantly wipe out the entire feather race. What netherworld platform? It was simply trash. Even if the feather race had 100 netherworld platforms, it would not be enough. They would just be decorations. I told you that teacher would definitely bring about miracles. Xueqi was incredibly excited. It's just that this miracle is a bit too miraculous. Chen Yiren's expression changed, and everyone's admiration towards Jiang Chen rose to a new height. Whoosh! The humans did not hesitate at all, and they all retreated behind Jiang Chen. In the following battle, they would not need him at all. The tens of thousands of feather people's faces were ashen, and despair appeared on their faces. Zhao Lingxiao seemed to have aged many years in an instant, and he did not have any of his previous arrogance. There was simply no way they could fight this battle. Jiang Chen, can you spare our feather race? Zhao Lingxiao begged. As the leader of a race and a powerful six-winged feather person, he had no choice but to compromise. Chapter 4200. His voice was calm, but it was filled with supreme majesty. As soon as the word kill was uttered, thousands of beasts moved out. Asterisk rumble. Asterisk the beasts unleashed their powerful auras, layer after layer. With the Black King at their head, they covered the sky. More than 60 heavenly source beasts led thousands of earthly source beasts. Such a scene, such a battlefield, had never been seen before in the entire Crimson East region. The Buddha's army had once shaken the entire eternal world, causing countless people to tremble in fear. Each and every one of them had rich battle experience. Any one of these beasts at their peak could easily sweep through the entire Crimson East region. In their eyes, the feather race before them were completely insignificant existences. They could not even withstand a single blow. Asterisk ah. Asterisk miserable screams rang out one after another. The feather race army of tens of thousands was instantly routed. The beasts unleashed their true forms, many of which were as large as mountains. Wherever they passed, no one was spared. The feather race soldiers died in droves, unable to resist at all. Jiang Chen stood in the air, expressionless as he watched everything unfold. The feather race had taken the initiative to destroy them. He did not have the slightest bit of mercy in his heart. Mercy sometimes depended on the target. This was a war between races. Mercy to the enemy was cruelty to oneself. Jiang Chen did not doubt that if he had not appeared today and the human race had been completely routed, it would have been the end of the human race. Zhao Lingxiao would not have spared a single human. Since that was the case, there was no need for Jiang Chen to be polite. The scene was too spectacular. It was a completely one-sided massacre. It was a meaningless massacre. Tens of thousands of humans stood behind Jiang Chen. No one said a word. Each and every one of them was dumbfounded, as if they were in an unparalleled dream. Terrifying, too terrifying. It was hard to imagine that if these beasts had targeted the human race's fate would not be any better than the feather race's. What was even more fortunate was that Jiang Chen was a member of the human race, not an enemy. Becoming an enemy of Jiang Chen was truly a nightmarish thing. Within a few dozen breaths, the battle was over. Corpses were strewn all over the Crimson Ridge Mountain. Tens of thousands of feather race members had been slaughtered by the demons. Not a single one was left alive. No, there was one person still alive. It was Zhao Lingxiao. He was a third heavenly layer heavenly origin expert after all, so he did possess some strength. However, Zhao Lingxiao was currently in a terrible state. He was covered in wounds, clearly at the end of his tether. Even though he was only at the third heavenly layer of the heavenly origin stage, he was still able to fend off the well-trained Buddha army. The Black King's strength was constantly recovering. Zhao Lingxiao was currently surrounded by over 60 heavenly origin demons. Even if he had 6 wings, he would not be able to escape. No, this is impossible. This is not realistic. Zhao Lingxiao was in a daze, as if he had gone mad. His eyes were bloodshot, and he could not look at what was happening in front of him. The feather race, which had occupied half of the Crimson East region for so long, had been destroyed so easily. As the leader of the feather race, how could Zhao Lingxiao bear such a heavy blow? Kiss. The humans all gasped. A long and fierce battle had ended just like that. Even though they knew it was reality, they still felt like they were dreaming, as if they would never wake up from this dream. Jiang Chen arrived before Zhao Lingxiao. The feather race is only... Jiang Chen sneered. Zhao Lingxiao had tried to harm him time and time again, so Jiang Chen had no reason not to kill him. Jiang Chen, don't be arrogant. My feather race is indestructible. Even if you destroy the feather race of the Crimson East region, can you destroy the entire feather race of Eternal World? Zhao Lingxiao's face was ferocious. He wanted to bite Jiang Chen to death, but he also knew that he did not have the ability to do so. Not to mention that there were so many terrifying experts around, it would be difficult for him to kill Jiang Chen in his current state. You're right. If the feather race provokes me, I will make them disappear from the entire Eternal World sooner or later. The Crimson East region is just the beginning. Next, it will be the Crimson Middle region. It won't be long before there is no place for the feather race in the entire Crimson Cloud star boundary. Jiang Chen said indifferently. Only Jiang Chen would not think that such words came out of his mouth. They would even take it for granted. If it was someone else at the 5th heavenly layer of the Earth Source realm who said such words, they would definitely become a laughingstock. Jiang Chen was not bragging. He had said such words many times, and they had become reality in the end. Now that the matter in the Crimson East region was over, he would definitely go to the Crimson Middle region next. He still had important things to do in the Crimson Middle region. He had obtained the treasure left behind by Empress Lin, so he naturally had to work for her. Empress Lin was framed by the feather race. She went from being the empress of a country to being hated by everyone. This was the regret of Empress Lin's life. Jiang Chen wanted to make up for this regret. He wanted to get rid of the real feather bandits of the Lin Kingdom and vindicate Lin Chaofeng. This was a promise he made as a man. I hate it. I only hate that I didn't get rid of you earlier, leaving behind such a disaster. But I have a question. Before I die, can you tell me? Zhao Lingxiao looked at Jiang Chen. You want to ask me how I came out of the land of exile, right? Jiang Chen said. His eyes seemed to be able to see through everything and even read other people's thoughts. Zhao Lingxiao's body trembled. He finally felt the true terror of Jiang Chen. This person could not be an enemy at all. That's right. Zhao Lingxiao gritted his teeth. No one knew the power of the Netherworld platform better than him. The Netherworld platform was connected to the land of exile. He firmly believed that the Netherworld platform must have brought Jiang Chen to the land of exile. But Jiang Chen came out unscathed. This had always been the biggest doubt in Zhao Lingxiao's heart. I have my own means, but you don't need to know. It's like I can control these demons for my use. That's probably what you can't figure out. My ability is far beyond your imagination. If you offend me, there's only one end. After Jiang Chen finished speaking, he gave the Black King a look and then turned around coldly. I can't accept this, I can't accept this. Zhao Lingxiao let out a final roar before he was killed by the Black King. Zhao Lingxiao was indeed unwilling. He had the ambition and strength, but he was defeated by Jiang Chen. 9 of his sons had died, but in the end, he couldn't take revenge. Zhao Lingxiao's life goal was to rule the entire Crimson East region. Unfortunately, this dream could only be realized in his next life. The Feather Army was completely destroyed, and the Buddha Army returned to the Dragon Palace. After all, if they were outside, they would cause too much turmoil. This was one of Jiang Chen's trump cards. Chilling Mountain returned to peace, but the air was filled with the pungent smell of blood. You're tuning in to the Xueqi's Martial Arts Saga YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.